Access to medical care is becoming more and more of an issue here in Guam, and it doesn't even matter if you have the ability to pay. It's getting harder to see a doctor, to get an appointment, or to get the specialty care that you need. So I want to show you a growing solution to a growing problem. They're going to go out of their way to help find you a solution. And they've been growing their clinical services. Aside from this place looking and feeling homely, like this is their waiting area. Like, I don't think that people really understand that they do full clinical services here. Like, this is one of their clinical rooms. Look how nice it is. You get your vision exam here. So do you need to see an OBGYN, get family medicine done, internal medicine done? This is all stuff that's done here at the Total Guam Foundation. And just to tell you again, this place is not for profit. This is the psychologist's office. Yes, they have a psychology department. They also do psychiatry. It's an entire mental health department that they have here on top of all the other clinical services that they provide. If you need medical care, if you're having problems getting a doctor, getting an appointment, call the Todu Guam Foundation at 649-TODU or 649-8638. You can visit. I really need to update that commercial. It is only 8 days left until the real magic of the news happens here on this island. And I imagine it's not going to be just us. It's going to be every major news station on this island that will begin to cover at an accelerated pace the trial of the century. This is the Tenorio corruption case. And the trial doesn't begin until the first day of jury selection on September 22nd. But the September 22 trial schedule has a whole bunch of deadlines that come before it, which are significant. And the first significant deadline happens on July 8, so long as the federal court does not change the trial schedule between now and then. Because on July 8, for the past several months, what has been due, or what will become due, is pretrial motions. And pretrial motions generally are those motions where the defense or rarely the prosecution asks to suppress evidence. There's a challenge to the evidence and whether the jury should see whatever it is that has arisen during the discovery phase of the trial, from the investigation through the discovery phase of the trial or of the case. And so this becomes the public's very first opportunity to see what the disputed evidence is, and basically to see more of the case than what already has been publicly let out through the indictment, through public statements reacting to the indictment, through witness testimony given to the various media outlets, and to the unsealing of warrants that have affidavits that reveal some parts of the evidence or some parts of the investigation by the FBI. On July 8, that accelerates greatly when, and you have 7 co-defendants in this. And at the very least, the co-defendants who have not already cut a deal likely will be submitting pretrial motions to suppress evidence here or there. So, I mean, anywhere from 1 to 7 separate pretrial motions could be filed. And each of those motions, each of those filings would have a significant amount of detail, more detail than the public already has been made to know through the unsealing of the existing records. And then after that, I believe it's 14 days after that, if I'm not mistaken, sometime like 2 weeks after, responses to the pretrial motions are due, and that even more comes out. And then after that, replies to the responses are due. So it's going to be, the month of July is going to be lit up with this. But anyway, that's it. That's our countdown. We've been, I think since day 12, we've been doing the everyday countdown. We're on day 8 right now. And let's see how this unfolds. Let's see if there will be a trial schedule change. It could happen at any time, but hopefully it doesn't, because we've already been waiting for longer than a year for this trial to get started. Anyway, that's not what I wanted to talk about today, but it was what I wanted to intro with. Today, there are 2 things. One, at 8:30, there is an oversight hearing, a joint oversight hearing that Senator Jesse Lujan in Guam is having for the Guam Airport Authority and Guam Visitors Bureau. And so a lot of information about tourism, a lot of probing about tourism is expected to happen today, and information about the economy. But I think what we all really want to see is the part of the oversight hearing dealing with the sex crime scandal over at GVB, and I believe that's saved to the end part of the hearing. So, the second half of this show will be the playing of the oversight hearing, the live oversight hearing by Senator Lujan. But the first part of the show is we're going to talk about something that is has become a greater source of consternation for people throughout Guam, Rota, Tinian, and Saipan, and it's because of all the social media things going around on WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, showing different sorts of scenarios that play out early next week with Invest 95W. Last night we talked to Landon Aydlett about Invest 95W and about our growing need to prepare, but also the growing need to pay attention to what the National Weather Service is putting out in terms of the context that it places predictions into. Otherwise, we will be receiving dated or wrong or maybe correct information without proper context that is necessary so people can properly plan for Invest 95W if it becomes anything that comes anywhere near our islands. And we're going to talk to Landon Aydlett this morning to see what the update is, because last night he said that the next 24 hours will be critical in determining whether this thing is going to spin up. And so we are within that 24-hour period. He said there might be some significant thing to report this morning, depending on what has changed with the physics overnight. So on the other side of the commercial break, we're going to have Landon Aydlett on the phone with us to talk to us about, to give us the right information so that we can be properly prepared. Stick with us.
Good Morning Show with Troy Torres is brought to you by 76 Circle K Guam.
All right, I think we are all seeing what is being passed around on social media regarding Invest 95W. I'm trying to point this stupid thing toward me. It's the aircon thing that's swinging. Anyway, and so I'm sure more and more people are getting a little freaked out about what's going on with Invest 95W. And so to calm our nerves and to give us the right amount of information for our responsible preparation, we have Landon Aydlett from the National Weather Service Guam office on the line. Landon, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Troy. And I don't know if we're going to be calming too many nerves this morning.
Okay, all right.
But we're going to definitely provide some information.
Okay, let's hear it.
And so, yeah, we just put out a supplemental weather outlook that will be posted to our NWS Guam Facebook page in a short bit. But we've been tracking this 95W. It's still a weak and disorganized state, which is good, but it still remains a medium by the Joint Typhoon Warning Center for Development, meaning that it could be upgraded to a depression, but beyond 24 hours. And so it's been in this medium state for several days now. And I spoke to the Joint Typhoon Warning Center around 4 a.m. just to discuss. What we're waiting to see is a low-level circulation center starting to take shape. It's been a bit of an elongated system yesterday, and then maybe breaking off into two distinct circulations. But looks like this early daytime satellite imagery is showing a distinct low-level circulation center now beginning to take shape. And so we're going to track that for a few more hours and see how that evolves. And of course, JCWC will respond accordingly by upgrading to a high formation alert if that trend continues. And so what does that mean for us? While it's been meandering there for a couple days in the Marshall Islands, it's kept the long range trends and projections in the realm of speculation, because we want to see this thing get developed and then it starts to make its move, whether to the northwest and avoids us altogether, or more westward toward our islands, keeping us in the possibility for threat. A lot of the long range forecast models are still eyeing the Mariana Islands somewhere between Guam to the northernmost islands, but that range is starting to narrow down with some of the trends really yesterday and overnight starting to drop generally southward down the island chain. And as you and I discussed last night, that was a concern, especially for us. So nothing has changed in prognosis. All of the Mariana Islands from Guam to Saipan are still in the realm of possibility for a tropical system to push through our islands late this week and into early next week. That remains a steady state situation that we have to watch very closely. Now the question is, when will that circulation start to take shape? When will it start to move? And how quickly will it develop? And so those are the big ifs at this point. But again, we're eyeing Sunday, July 5th, Monday, July 6th, and maybe Tuesday, July 7th for a passage of something through the Mariana Islands.
The 5th through the 7th. And when you say something, are the physics and AI models in coming towards some type of agreement on a stronger type storm passing through?
Unfortunately, that is in the realm of possibility. We're seeing a wide range of potentials as far as intensities. Some of those potential intensities are up there in the major typhoon stage. Okay. And so that's going to be a big concern that we have to watch.
On Google DeepMind, I'm seeing purple dots, which is not a great thing.
Yeah. And Google DeepMind's been very boisterous in its higher end trends for intensities.
Yeah.
And so, this is a very concerning event that we have to watch closely. And again, my 2 rules of thumb: don't panic, don't worry, don't be anxious, but be constantly aware of forecast trends and conditions across our region, especially 95, and be prepared. I can't say preparedness enough, but that should be a year-round thing for us. So take the steps necessary to be prepared and stay tuned, because this is an evolving situation. This is not a slam dunk forecast. We're not guaranteed to see a typhoon strike Guam directly. It's a possibility, but there are no slam dunk scenarios at this point.
I feel like now is the time to engage with the twice a day updates from you guys. Can we have an update from you tonight on the 7:30 p.m. show?
Yeah, possibly. I think that would be perfectly fine.
Okay. Just so we can get an update, and then I'm gonna put out our first article on Invest 95W today based on the information that you've given us this morning, and of course, as usual, I'll run that by you to make sure that all the verbiage is correct, if that's okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, thank you, Landon. I appreciate it. And I appreciate your candor on this. So the elevator pitch on this one is continue to monitor the updates from National Weather Service Guam office. This is not a slam dunk prediction as of right now, so there's no need for people to panic about what they're seeing on social media. However, this is a very concerning event that we have to monitor, that we have to watch closely. This is an evolving situation. We're looking at something going through somewhere in the Mariana Islands, from as south as Guam to as north as the islands north of Saipan, correct? But that might be whittling down to the greater Marianas area, meaning Guam and the CNMI. And it would,
yeah, that's correct.
And something between July 5 to July 7.
Correct. Yeah. And so we're going to have watch this closely because it's still meandering in the Marshall Islands, and we're still waiting for it to make that initial move, and then it's beginning its trek toward the islands, but also that subtropical ridge to our north. How strong is that ridge going to be? Is it going to allow it to gain latitude and avoid us? Or will it remain a strong ridge and direct this thing westward toward the Mariana Islands? So there's still a lot of ifs, a lot of possibilities. We are not out of the woods by any means, but it's something we're going to have to watch very closely and plan for accordingly.
That subtropical ridge to the north. Last night we were talking about how that was what you were watching, whether it would change within the next 24 hours. I noticed the overnight forecast change by Joint Typhoon Warning Center showed 95W moving essentially west and hardly north.
Yeah, that's the trend we're watching as well with that ridge.
Okay. All right. I think I'm starting to like understand some of this jargon a little bit more. I think the more I
I think by the end of 2026, and with all the activity we anticipate with this El Nino, we may all be experts. I'll retire next year.
We will always need you guys. So thank you so much, Landon.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. God bless you. Thank you so much.
God bless.
Thank you. Right. All right. So that didn't sound good. that sounded like whatever this was that we were hoping would go away yesterday is not going away. At least so. All right, we'll put out a written story on this, so we're a little more careful about the verbiage here but something that's going to pass through somewhere in the Mariana Islands sometime, maybe July 5, maybe July 6, maybe July 7. And the models are coming into closer agreement of a passage somewhere closer to Guam, Rota, Tinian, Saipan, rather than north of Saipan. Though, this is an evolving situation. This is not a cemented prediction. It's still quite a ways away. But you heard Landon Aydlett say this is a very concerning event that we have to watch closely. And so, all right. We will have an update on 95W tonight on the evening show, the Troy Torres show. That's me. Where we'll have Landon Aydlett again. I think it's time that we do the twice a day stuff. All right. So, I thought that conversation was going to last a little bit longer, because what we're waiting for is, the Guam legislature to begin, for Senator Jesse Lujan to begin an oversight hearing. And the oversight hearing is on for the Guam Airport Authority and Guam Visitors Bureau. The part of the oversight hearing that I'm sure most people want to watch is going to be at the end of it, according to the agenda. But and that would be the sex crime scandal over at GVB. But there's going to be other stuff that's discussed in terms of tourism, the economy, the handling of certain things over at the airport and over at GVB. So I'm guessing, like I'm thinking that this entire oversight hearing is going to be interesting, if not highly charged. And as always, I'm hopeful that senators are probative, that senators, when they aren't getting to, a fundamental truth, they continue to probe until whatever it is that the public officials are saying makes sense and actually answers the question. But since we are 10 minutes away from the start of that, we're going to go to a commercial break real quick. And then when we come back, I'll talk to you about the story that we put out last night regarding Simon Sanchez High School and Cortec, and how the 6 evaluators on the evaluation team that ended up selecting Cortec, how their scores were divided between 2 companies. We'll talk about that on the other side of this commercial break. Stick with us. welcome back to the show. It's 8:22 a.m. on Tuesday, June 30, 2026. My name is Troy Torres. This is the morning news analysis. This is the Tuesday news analysis. Unscheduled topic, and it's only because I'm just killing time until 8:30. So last night we put out, I think this is our third or fourth, I can't remember. I think it's our fourth story as part of our investigative series called Behind the Bid, and it looks into what happened between the time of the RFP that was put out for Simon Sanchez High School development, which was in March of 2025, all through now, and how it from the selection of Cortec as the highest rated offerer to the negotiations that happened during the summer of 2025 to a bizarre appropriation that occurred in late July of 2025 for Cortec, and efforts ever since then to get Cortec to be the developer and to pay Cortec more than $500 million in taxpayer money over the next 32 years, according to the documents in the procurement file, the documents that we've been able to obtain. And so last time we put out a story about one of the documents. It was a letter or a memorandum from the chairman of the evaluation committee that evaluated or that scored the offers that the three prevailing companies, that's Guam Education Facilities Foundation, Cortec, and General Pacific Services, or GPS, put in. There were 6 evaluators, and these are the ones who decided that Cortec was number 1, GPS was number 2, and GEFF was ranked number 3. And from there, that was how the government began its negotiations with Cortec in the summer of 2025. And so this memo from Eric Swanson, the chairman of the evaluation committee, to Vince Ariola showed the ranking and showed the tally of the scores from each of the evaluators. And what this document shows is that there were 6 evaluators, okay? Eric Swanson's 1, not appointed, having nothing to do with gubernatorial appointment. Carla Masanayan, the principal of Simon Sanchez High School, she's another evaluator. Does not owe her job to elected politics, right? Same with Celine Cruz, the island's chief planner over the Department of Land Management classified position. Benny Sinicolas, who is the building permits administrator, who does not owe his job to gubernatorial appointment. And then there's 2 more. So there's 4, right? There's 2 more evaluators. 1, the deputy director of public works, appointed by the governor, Linda Ibanez. The second, Carlos Bordallo, the deputy director of GITA, also by executive appointment, political executive appointment. What the evaluation tally shows is that the 4 who were not politically appointed selected GPS as the highest offerer. The 2 who were appointed, who came from the governor, ranked Cortec highest, and one of them ranked Cortec 17 points ahead of GPS, a wide enough spread so that in the final tally, Cortec came out at 544 points, while GPS came out at 541 points. It was Linda Ibanez's score that put it over the top for Cortec. You know what? I need to take a little bit of a break, and in the next 5 minutes, I think we will have the oversight hearing to play for you. But stick with us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Good morning. Morning. And as Zeus Todos Hamzu, good morning. This morning's oversight hearing is hereby called to order. It's being conducted by the Committee on Transportation, Tourism, Customs, Utilities, and Federal and Foreign Affairs. This hearing is now called to order. It is now 8:31 a.m., June 30th, 2026. The first notice of this hearing was disseminated to all senators, stakeholders, and media outlets on June 23rd, 2026, with a second notice disseminated on June 26, 2026. These hearing notices were also made available on the legislature's website, our legislative calendar, and the Government of Guam public notice portal. Today, the committee will hear from representatives from the Guam International Airport Authority and the Guam Visitors Bureau. Before we start, I have the Sergeant at Arms swear in all the folks that are going to be testifying, be it GIAA and GVB as well.
If you can please raise your right hand, all those that will be testifying. Under penalty of perjury, do you affirm that any and all information you provide today, whether it be verbally, electronically, and in writing, be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. Mr. Chair, under oath, you may proceed.
Thank you, Sergeant at Arms. This time, I'd like to welcome my colleagues who are joining us this morning. Of course, Vice Chair of the Committee, Senator Chris Duenas, thank you for joining us. Of course, Senator Gumatautal, thank you for joining us. Senator Borja, thank you. Senator Snagastine, thank you very much, and I'm sure other senators will be coming in as we go on. Before I begin, I would like to remind everyone in attendance of the Listitunan Guahan's General Rules of Conduct. Individuals testifying shall first be recognized by the chairperson before speaking and shall state their full name for record-keeping purposes. Questions and testimony shall be confined to the substance and scope of the hearing agenda. Personal inferences as to the character or motive of any senator or individual testifying are not permitted. The chairperson of the committee may order the removal from this hearing of any member of the Listitunan Guahan or the public audience who fails to observe proper decorum pursuant to standing rules of the 38th Guam Legislature. Any violation of this general rules of conduct may result in removal from the public hearing room. Without keeping out of the way, I want to also provide the opening remarks before we start. Again, colleagues, members of the GIA Board and Management, members of the Guam Visitors Bureau and Management stakeholders, and members of the public, thank you again for being here this morning, this Tuesday morning. Today's oversight hearing is not routine, it is necessary. We are here because tourism is one of the foundations of Guam's economy, and right now that foundation is under serious pressure. Tourism supports our hotels, our restaurants, small businesses, taxi operators, retail shops, tour companies, cultural performers, families, workers, and government revenues. When tourism is strong, Guam feels it. When tourism is struggling, every part of our island feels it as well. And we have to be honest that the results right now are pretty bleak. This legislature has already tried the wait-and-see approach. We waited, we listened, we gave space, we gave support. We invested public dollars. In FY 2026, this legislature appropriated an additional $10 million to the Guam Visitors Bureau. That funding was presented as a last-ditch effort to help save tourism. It was not a small investment. That $10 million could have gone to schools. It could have gone to the hospital. It could have gone to law enforcement. It could have gone to public safety, infrastructure, or other urgent needs across this government. But this legislature made a choice. We gambled on the Guam Visitors Bureau because we understood how important tourism is to our island's economy. The reality is we made a bad bet. That does not mean tourism is not worth saving. Tourism is absolutely worth saving, but it does not mean that we cannot continue pretending that more money alone will fix the problem. We cannot continue to invest millions of public dollars without demanding accountability, measurable results, and a clear plan forward. If the Board of Management of the Guam Visitors Bureau cannot recognize that, then this body has a responsibility to act. This is not about blaming one person or one board or one agency. This is about accepting reality. Guam's tourism economy has changed, the market has changed, visitor expectations have changed, airline access has changed, regional competition has changed, the cost of travel has changed, and if we keep doing the same things in the same way, we should not expect different results. The consequences of inactions are real. Today, we will hear from the Guam International Airport Authority. GIAA is not separate from this conversation. The airport is the front door of our island. It is the gateway for visitors, residents, families, businesses, and our broader economy. But when we fail to bring passengers through our airport, there is a ripple effect. Hotels feel it, restaurants feel it, small businesses feel it, workers feel it, government revenues feel it, and now GIAA feels it directly. Today, GIAA will be discussing the need for at least $17.7 million to stay afloat. Let us call it what it is. A bailout request caused, at least in part, by the failure to move enough passengers through our airport and rebuild visitor arrivals at the level Guam needs. This is the ripple effect. That is the cost of weak recovery. That is the consequences of delay. So no, we cannot simply wait and see much longer. We cannot wait and see while visitor arrivals remain far below where they need to be. We cannot wait and see while the airport needs a bailout. We cannot wait and see while public dollars are spent without clear results. We cannot wait and see while tourism workers, small businesses, and families continue to carry that burden. One of the things I'm working on right now, and something I hope to earn the support of my colleagues, is the comprehensive review of the Guam Visitors Bureau. Over the years, we have seen that the Bureau operate in a difficult and sometimes unclear space. Some days, GVB wants to claim it is a private entity. Other days, it operates as a government entity. Some days, the board is in charge. Other days, the board points to management. So the question becomes simply, who is in charge? GB is tasked with tourism, but we are also seeing areas where its duties overlap with the Department of Public Works, Department of Parks and Recreation, and now even coordination with GFD and other agencies. That is why we need to take a serious look at what GVB's responsibilities are, who is accountable for those responsibilities, and how we refocus the Bureau on its main mission, bringing back tourism. What does this mean for GVB? What it does not mean is not important. It means the opposite. GVB is too important for us not to clearly understand what its role is, what its responsibilities should be, what resources it needs, and how we focus the Bureau on results. That is why I'm proposing the Guam Visitors Bureau review of effectiveness, accountability, leadership, internal governance, and needs, or what we call realigned study. This would be an independent, comprehensive review of GVB structure, governance effectiveness, duties, internal policies, financial practices, contracts, staffing, and needs. The purpose is not to tear GVB down. The purpose is to make sure Guam has the strongest and most effective tourism organization possible. We need to know what is working, what is not working, what duties belong with GVB, what duties may be better coordinated with other agencies, and how we align every dollar, every program, and every policy towards tourism recovery. This study is not a political exercise, it's an economic necessity. Before Guam continues investing millions more into tourism recovery, we need an independent review that tells us where the gaps are, what changes are needed, and whether GVB in its current form is properly structured for today's market. I also want to address the pending litigation and claims now reported to be approximately $61 million. That number alone should concern every member of this body and every taxpayer on Guam. When an agency tied to one of the most important sectors of our economy is facing claims of that size, we cannot simply ignore that, minimize it, or hope it goes away. At the same time, I am aware that a few of my colleagues have issued statements suggesting that I should not be the one looking into GVB because of perceived bias. Let me be clear. I am here today to focus on tourism recovery, accountability, and the path forward to sustain our economy. This hearing is not a substitute for any formal investigation that my colleagues may believe is necessary. Since they believe there should be a separate investigation, then I respect the integrity of that process. But I also hope that those statements were not just for media headlines. To those colleagues, I look forward to them stepping up, taking ownership of that process and handling it appropriately. As chair of the committee, my focus today remains on the facts, the future of tourism, and what must be done to move Guam forward. The people of Guam deserve accountability. They deserve to know how GVB is functioning, how decisions are being made, how public funds are being used, and whether the agency is properly positioned to lead tourism recovery. We can respect legal limitations, attorney-client privilege, and pending litigation while still doing our job as the legislature. Oversight does not stop just because the questions are difficult. In fact, difficult questions are exactly why oversights exist. Today's hearing is structured in two parts. First, we will hear from the Guam International Airport Authority. We want to understand the current airport operations, passenger experience, route activity, financial status, capital projects, concessions, air service development, and the funding challenge that may require legislative action. Then we'll hear from the Guam Visitors Bureau. We want to understand visitor arrivals, source market performance, tourism recovery forecasts, airline incentive and fuel surcharge support programs, marketing and destination development, governance, human resources, employment policies, internal controls, and pending matters that may affect the Bureau's ability to do its job. Tourism is too important for Guam to accept the status quo. We need facts. We need accountability. We need a roadmap. We need honest assessments from the people responsible for leading this recovery. And we need to know whether the current structure is helping Guam recover or holding us back. This legislature has already shown it is willing to support tourism, but support cannot mean silence. Support cannot mean writing checks and hoping for the best. Support must come with accountability, because every dollar we put into tourism is a dollar we are not putting somewhere else. Every failed strategy has a cost. Every delay has a consequence. Every missed opportunity hurts the people of Guam. So today, I ask our agencies to be direct, to be transparent, and honest with this committee and with the public. Where are we? What is working? What is not working? What do we need? What needs to change? And how do we get Guam tourism back on track? With that, I will begin with the Guam Airport Authority. And this time also, actually I'd like to also welcome, of course, the Vice Speaker, Tony Ada, and also Senator Sabrina Salas-Montanay. Thank you for joining us this morning. To welcome a Board Chair, Brian Bamba, Executive Manager, of course, John Kanata, right? And the other representatives to the table, you're already here. So again, Mr. Chairman, you want to go ahead and start off, state your name, and then if you want to introduce, or they can introduce themselves as they go along. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. My name is Brian Bamba, and I am the chairman of the Board of Directors of the Guam International Airport Authority, and I'll be providing some opening remarks. Buenas and Hafade. Good morning, Senator Jesse Lujan, Chairman, Committee on Transportation, Tourism, Customs, Utilities, and Federal and Foreign Affairs. Co-Vice Chairman, Senator Chris Duenas, and members of the committee. On behalf of the Board of Directors of the AB1PAT Guam International Airport Authority, and I'll note that we have some members in attendance today, Vice Chairman Sabti and Directors Doyan Marato and Don Weekly are here joining us, together with GIA Management, led by Executive Manager John Kanata and Deputy Executive Manager Daphne Shimizu and their team, as well as over 230 dedicated airport employees. We'd like to thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee. We hope today to provide insight and updates on our operational efforts, our modernization plans, and our fiscal challenges as we continue to feel the effects of a slow tourism recovery. As I have shared in previous hearings, the airport is critical infrastructure vital to the quality of life and the economic well-being of our island and the region. We've all felt the impacts of prior years' disastrous events, and rather than look for excuses, GIA management has focused its efforts on actions that are fundamental to its mission and within its control. These efforts, whether operational or structural, are significant towards keeping the airport safe, operational, and compliant with all its mandates. Areas of cost containment, revenue diversification, network development, and long-term capital improvements will be shared in GIA management's presentation. We continue our focus on increasing our non-aeronautical revenue, and management will provide an update on the efforts following our previous hearing, concerning current concessions and leasing activities. And we recognize that passenger volume is key to prospective retail, F&B, and other service-based concessions, and we continue to work with GVB as they execute tourism recovery plans. I'd also like to thank GVB leadership for their collaborative effort to improve arrivals and develop new air services to the island. Thank you, Chairman, and your staff for the work you have done to pursue visa access for Philippine travelers to Guam and the CNMI. I'm grateful for the leadership and the vision of Governor Leon Guerrero and Lieutenant Governor Tenorio to expand our market potential, seeking support from both the federal and Philippine governments. This requires a collaborative, holistic approach if we are to succeed and sustain our visitor industry. Thank you again for your time, and we are happy to answer questions. We look forward to your continued support of the AB1 PAD Guam International Airport Authority, Guam. Sito Smasi, Brian Bamba.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Chair, Oversight Chair. I'm John M. Kinata. I am the Executive Manager for the Guam International Airport Authority. If I can get the slide up so we can. Hafaday, Senator Jesse Lujan, members of the Committee on Transportation, Tourism, Customs, Utilities, and Federal and Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Vice Chair Senator Chris Duenas, Vice Speaker Tony Atta, Senator Sean Gumatauto, Senator Vince Bora, Senator Sabrina Salas Mantanani, and Senator Joe San Agustin for being here. Here with me to testify today on this table, I have my Deputy Executive Manager, Daphne Shimizu. I have my Air Terminal Manager, Mr. Juan Regis. I have our Airport Consultant, Mr. Frank Santos. I also have members of the board that our chairman has mentioned, and of course, my management team that is here this morning, just in case we need to reach out to them to get further information. Slide 2, next slide, please. We have prepared a comprehensive presentation and have adjusted the agenda items for a better flow of the information. Today, we will represent on 1, airport operations, flight network, seat capacity, and passenger experience. 2, airline engagement and coordination with GVB. 3, concession solicitations, CAP program, and leasing program. 4, FY 2026 financial status, budget to actual performance, debt service, and operational and funding challenges. And 5, major capital improvement projects. My team and I are fully prepared for a question and answer period at the end of our information sharing to ensure you that we have a full background of each of these items on the agenda. Next slide. The first section we will dive into is our airport operations, our passenger experience, and current route activity. Mr. Juan Regis, our Air Terminal Manager, will represent us on this airport operations. Next slide.
Hi, good morning. Hapaday Buenas. Juan Regis, Air Terminal Manager with the Guam Airport. Again, we appreciate the time this morning with Oversight Chair, Vice Chair, of course, Vice Chair, Vice Speaker, and committee members and senators. Thank you for the opportunity for our team to present on our status given today. So as most are aware, the Guam National Airport operates under the premise of mandate 14 CFR Part 139. What that entails pretty much is that operating certificate that is issued by the FAA to ensure that we comply with Part 139 airport operations throughout mandates, regulatory requirements. That comes with a lot of other side information that's actually sent out to us by way of circulars, bulletins, policy guidance, and everything else that we must maintain and keep up with our operating certificate. So as it appears today, as reported on our last oversight, we're doing fine. We're doing well with our compliance. And with regard to safety, certification, and security, we are coupled with having to reach out as partners with all our regulatory agencies such as CBP, Guam Customs, TSA, and of course the FAA and other entities throughout the airport, stakeholders and airlines alike. So as you're aware, on our last inspection, we reported favorably that we had two discrepancies of 125 fields that are inspected throughout a 5-day period. And those were very minor compared to previous inspections. So this year, we've been put on notice of our inspection to be held this July 29th through August 2nd. At that point, the inspector will be coming out and again going through all our programs, which consist of 12, 24, 36-month program mandates that they'll be looking at. So this encompasses over 5,000 documents, and that includes personal training, wildlife programs, notice to airmen, driver's training program on the air side, non-movement areas, the newly implemented safety management system program that was just stood up, and of course, amongst other things, airport pavement, lighting, marking, signage, wildlife, and that's just to name a few. So the program and inspection process is quite lengthy to the extent that it also allows us the opportunity to bring in our newly assigned self-inspectors to transition into becoming full-fledged inspectors themselves. So we take advantage of the opportunities given to us as with previous inspections. With regard to that inspection, it's normally followed by another safety feature, which we reported on the last oversight hearing, which is the Runway Safety Action Team. They too come out and conduct an assessment. Their assessment is specifically for the movement area. Movement area meaning the airfield and the associated safety areas, taxiways, is their prime concern. So they come out and they convene with the subject matter experts, chief pilots, air traffic controllers, Guam CRAP, airfield maintenance personnel, operations personnel, ground handling personnel.
I think the legislature is having a problem with their stream. I'm not showing that there's an issue on my end.
And all the personnel involved with the movement area, ensure that it's followed through and corrected to ensure the highest level of safety. So as with last year, we had 2 certification inspection findings of 125, which are very minor. And then followed by that runway safety action inspection result, we had 0 action items during that time. So these were back-to-back inspections that were conducted on the airport. So this year, with our programs, again, as mentioned, the review of 12, 24, and 36-month requirements and mandates, airport emergency planning is one of them. So every 12 consecutive calendar months, we're required to sit down at the table with all those mutual aid partners and stakeholders that are listed in an airport emergency plan to ensure that their duties and responsibilities are reviewed and are still intact with regard to the information required of those mutual aid partners of ours. So that's underway right now. We have our ARP chief who's taking the lead on that, who's already sent out notices with regard to setting up meetings prior to this airport emergency planning. One thing I do want the committee to note, though, is for a while I know we were all aware of the significant amount of aviation disasters that were going on throughout not just the nation, but throughout the entire globe. That brought a lot of attention, primarily not to just U.S. airports, but particularly to our airport, being that we are very limited in resources compared to our nation partners on the continental United States. So for every incident that has taken place, we actually had our team sit down, analyze what it would look like if we were responsible to have to respond to an incident of that magnitude, whether it be in a body of water, whether it be off airport premise or on airport premise, and what that would look like. So again, the Newark incident was a very tragic and unfortunate incident, but knock on wood for Guam, we've never had a water rescue. And a water rescue, again, would be very significant for our island, given the resources we have to go out and rescue and conduct a response to an incident mass casualty in a body of water with over 100 passengers. Okay, so that's kind of stuff that we kind of take a look at and review what potential shortfalls we have, and then we share that with our emergency planning committee. And then outside of that is a bigger picture of our pool capabilities, which is the 36-month requirement. We are required every 36 consecutive calendar months to conduct a full-scale exercise, aircraft mass casualty, with over 100 victims. And again, that's to roll out pool resources 110%. And of course, we have our airport certification manual and emergency plan procedures that are to be demonstrated to the fullest extent. A good example would be an incident mass casualty on the airport. It requires our first ARC vehicle to be out there on the scene, discharging at the halfway point within 3 minutes. The remaining vehicles are required to be out there within 4 minutes. So that's a daunting task in itself. That's, again, no notice in that event, similar to our full scale. So the full scale planning, again, is underway. That's led by our Chief Stone, and we've already been holding meetings right now. And I'm glad to report that we've already narrowed down our scenario, our objectives, our sequence of events, and the actual crash site. So we're just now planning stages where it involves the different pyramids of emergency responders by way of fire, public safety, which is Guam Police, military police, airport police, FBI, marshals, and maybe in this case, we're potentially going to throw an inject in with probably 6 or 7 actual prisoners on board the aircraft to see what that would look like. On the previous one, we had a hijacking, which involved, again, the law enforcement entities to actually work together, collaborate, and then work together to figure out how they're going to handle that hijacking on top of the already mass casualty incident that's taking place. And of course, throughout that FSC, a lot is in play. We have the FAA on board in our emergency coordinating center, who's actually monitoring remotely on what is being reported, how we're handling it, and of course, giving updates every 10 to 15 minutes on the victim counts, on the actual scene conditions, and how far are we into the full-scale exercise. So the full-scale exercise is intended to provide a actual playground for emergency responders to coordinate mutually in a somewhat controlled chaos environment. And I believe it was Senator Matauto who had made the request on the last oversight. We have it on our radar to definitely invite not only the oversight committee, but all the senators on a VIP observation of this full-scale exercise coming up. Okay. Then moving on, we have, again, as reported.
Can we get the next slide?
Okay, so before I go into that, we also had reported on our last oversight hearing the newly mandated safety management system program for Part 139 airports that was actually stood up maybe about 24 months ago, or perhaps within 12 to 24 months ago, for Part 139 airports to have an approved implementation plan, in addition to having an SMS manual, and then of course personnel training. So we were the first in the region, and that includes the state of Hawaii, the 9 Part 139 airports in the state of Hawaii, through Samoa, Sinamai, and of course the FSM, Midway Island, and others that are part of our Pacific Island region, where we were the first to come out the gate. And to this date now, we've had conducted internally our own safety risk assessment management. And again, this program is designed to be able to identify hazards in advance of an incident or an accident. That's the full intent of the purpose of this SMS program as to why it was actually mandated and put out. And of course, with our projects that are going on throughout the airport, we actually work very closely with all our tenant stakeholders, given the magnitude of projects. We have, again, the apron project that's still going on right now. And that in itself presents a hazardous condition up at the airport where we, on our last safety risk assessment, we did an evaluation of the upcoming Gate 6 and Gate 7 closure combined to see what hazards or potential hazards could arise out of the construction that's going on. So we were able to mitigate what potential hazards that may arise out of all of that. Then as far as actual military support, as most know, we've been having a appeal aircraft, or not appeal, but in spurts of fighters and Osprey aircraft, transport aircraft, tanker aircraft that have been buzzing our island airspace. That's all in support of Balance Shield, which is a biannual exercise that takes place by the military involving the U.S. Air Force, involving the Royal Australian Air Force, Japanese Air Defense Force, and others with a combined joint exercise. A new feature, though, however, to this is the airports had contracted straddle launch, and I'm not sure, Oversight Chair, if you were a part of that meeting with the CEO of straddle launch. So this is a new feature that's there to provide additional and added support to the exercise by way of the use of an unmanned drone, which is a hypersonic drone that's attached to a Boeing 747-400. Once airborne, once the 747 departs the Guam Airport, goes airborne, it goes into a track of flight planning. And at some point during the flight planning track, it detaches the drone to do its mission out there in support of Balance Shield to gather information. What information? That's kind of, you know, again, confidential. Even we weren't aware of what that type of data collection is. But I'm sure it's in support of national security. And just a little bit of history behind straddle launch. This is a California-based firm out of Mojave Desert. And what it is they've never left the state of California to conduct any type of operations as such. Guam is the first airport out of the United States, continental United States, to operate this straddle launch mission. So again, we're the platform. I don't think they're going to go away. I believe it'll be a continued interest with future exercises such as Cope North and others, where we may see them again request to operate at the Guam International Airport. Outside of that, you've seen some awkward-looking Osprey V-22 aircraft flying around. That's off and out of the U.S. aircraft carrier George Washington, who did come into port for a 3 to 4 day liberty, and then after it pulled out, they decided to go ahead and start doing their rendezvous. So they were shooting 2 at a time in between the carrier and the Guam National Airport. That mission in itself was simply support the Balance Shield, moving passengers, mail, and cargo. So outside of that, this is the typical expectation we have during Balance Shield, Cope North, and other military exercises that occur on the airport. And of course, prior to all this, there's months and months of planning in advance, where we also not only get with the exercise planners, but we also get with our stakeholders to ensure our stakeholders that there would be no impacts to their operations, under the caveat that it is under the control of the airport. So as an example, last week I got a call from United Airlines with regard to the Saipan flight being delayed almost 30 minutes to depart Saipan. But that was out of our control, the airport's control. That was under FAA-CRAP, who controls the airspace. So at that time, multiple departures were occurring at Anderson Air Force Base as to why the delay for the United flight to be able to depart out of Saipan. So outside of that, that's pretty much my reporting. If there's any questions for me.
Excuse me, if I may, I think Mr. Regis has articulated quite well what our focus and our mandate is for safe operations at the airport. As you can tell, there's a lot of expertise that resides there. But one thing that he didn't mention, and something I think I'd be remiss if I didn't, is that recently we had skirted the impacts of Typhoon Senlaku. And Mr. Regis and his team, with the support of the executive manager's leadership team, had assembled a team and a crew of experts to go to Saipan and actually get them up and running, because they were severely impacted by the typhoon. So as detailed as he was, I think, you know, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that. And the importance of our airport as something we've built up as a center of excellence in the region, and providing these type of resources. That's a really good example. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And yeah, just responding, actually, a couple of days ago, Senator Duenas and I had the opportunity to tour. We're giving the tour, and actually alongside the general manager, Stratolaunch, their plane and their vehicles that I think flies at Mach 5 or 6. We're given the opportunity to view that. The one thing that was noted is that as was said, that they weren't operating out of California. This is the first time out of California, basically, and so they also told us that they contract with the military, and they'll be doing more stuff for the military. And so we did all we could to try to convince them to build their hangar out here. And actually taking a hard look at that situation, because I know the plane that they bought was a plane that was once owned by Virgin Orbit, and so they were able to buy that. And so it looks like they have, they have pretty strong investors at this point. And so I think they're seriously looking at, because now we have the 50-year lease, they're seriously looking at possibly building a hangar out here to have some permanent placement of their facility out here. So, and I know you guys had entertained Virgin Orbit in the past, and so that's nothing new to the airport. So with that.
Thank you. And you took all the words out of as far as our visit with Stratolaunch. They are definitely looking at and letting us know that the new law that this legislature has passed gives them the opportunity to look seriously into making Guam one of their ports that they work out of, knowing that the geosynchronous from Guam is the best in this globe. As far as for their operation. So they're looking seriously and making sure that they continue to work out of here. Going back to what the chairman said with our subject matter experts that we sent to Saipan, once we sent them there, within less than a week, we were able to open that Saipan airport up, CNMI, to help our brothers and sisters out there start to get their relief flights up to Saipan as quick as possible. If you can go to the next slide for the folks that don't know what the Stratolaunch, there you go. There, the Stratolaunch 747 looks like. That's there. They're prepping it for the flight. Right below the belly of that aircraft is where they have their vehicle, their hypersonic vehicle that goes on, and then it launches about 200 miles away from Guam. And then that's when they do their testing for the Department of War. Next slide. Thank you again, Mr. AGM, for your presentation. And then, of course, we stole Mr. Juan Reyes from the FAA. He was one of their best inspectors, and we needed his expertise here, and we're happy to have him with us, and continues to guide us in making sure that our airport is safe and secure 24/7. Now on our current routes, our current flight network is depicted on this slide and is supported by 8 passenger carriers and 3 cargo operators, with direct flights to 13 passenger destinations and 3 cargo destinations respectively. In May 2026, an average of 18 one-way daily passenger flights operated daily, and daily average of 1,901 passengers arrived at our facility. Compared to the month of May in 2024 and 25, the decrease is attributable to the Korean Fair Trade Commission allowing the Korean Air Group, Korean Airlines, Jin Air, Air Seoul, and Air Busan to adjust capacity downward as the cost of jet fuel spiked as a result of the Iran conflict. T-Way operating only 7 of 31 days in May of 2026, and Fukuoka route suspended in October of 2024. Next slide. This chart illustrates our operational performance that consists of the monthly number of flights, seat capacity, employments, and load factor throughout fiscal year 20. I don't know if that's the slide. Can we go to the next? Here we go. Please note that this chart captures a number of one-way flights, particularly arriving passengers and flights. Looking at the highlighted columns to the far right, our employment shows significant increase year over year from October 2025 through October 26, along with increase in flights and seat capacity. However, beginning May 2026, employments dropped significantly over a year with a 21% decrease in employments, signifying weak load performance. We anticipate the trend to continue in June and July with the decreases in seat capacity and number of flights compared to the same in 2025. I'm looking and seeing if my slides are matching. Next slide. I think this is the one where we're talking about the 6 months. Please note, that the chart captures the number of one-way flights, particularly arriving flights. Looking at the highlighted columns, and I'm looking at to the far right. Can you go back one slide? Here we go. Significant increase over year from October 2025 to April 26, along with the increases in flights and seat capacity. However, beginning May 2026, employments dropped significantly over a year with a 21% decrease in employments, signifying weak load factor performance. We anticipate the trend to continue in June and July with the decreases in seat capacity, number of flights compared to the same months in 2025. Next slide. This slide shows the seat capacity for the months of June through October of 2026. We anticipate a jump in the July seat capacity per market in comparison to what we saw in June, attributable to confirmed increases by the airlines that include T-Way's resumptions in its daily regular Kansai operations effective July 17 through August 30. Junior's resumption of his second daily flight to Incheon effective July 19. Junior's resumption of his daily flight to Busan effective July 2nd. Our data source for the upcoming months, July through October, come from the official airline guide, OAG Data, a leading global provider of digital flight information, aviation analytics, and travel databases, which is the industry standard for tracking airline schedules. Looking at the monthly totals beginning in July, we are expecting to see an upward trend. However, we must remember from a previous slide, our load factor fluctuates from 56 to 82%. So we really need to fill those seats for airlines to consider maintaining or even adding more capacity. So we got these figures when the U.S. got their MOA with Iran, right? So they started to see now that the Strait of Hormuz is starting to open up, so they're looking at now flights coming in again. But just recently, I don't know where we're going to be at with that, but just recently they started doing some air operations again. I don't know if that will change. So we got this based on that that report, but hopefully that it continues to be that. Okay. Next slide. Going back to that slide that we had with the colors, can you go back one so I can back? There you go. On a quarterly basis, the National Travel and Tourism Office, NTTO, conducts a survey of international air travelers under CIAT. It's a survey that the top 30 major U.S. gateway airports across 10 specific airport attributes. This survey is an independent survey of airports that account for 97% of all overseas air traffic. From its annual 2025 survey report, the National Travel and Tourism Office provided a comparison of Guam International Airport's performance over 10 categories. 2025 results are indicated in red, and 2024 results are indicated in blue. Overall, there was an improvement on all categories. At the bottom of this slide, you'll see that the airport terminal cleanliness, passenger satisfaction results came in just under 4-point rating of a 5-point scale, slightly higher than the prior year. And in an overall airport evaluation, again, passenger surveys indicate an improvement in 2025 over 2024. The passenger experience at our facility is a very important aspect in running our airport, and management has implemented several measures that earn us these points and results of improvement. One, GIA management has made it a frequent practice to walk through our terminal to inspect and mitigate resolve problems before they impact public safety and their satisfaction. We've adopted a see something, do and say something practice among our employees to resolve issues throughout our daily activities. We've contracted with a new vendor that addresses all custodial issues throughout the terminal to attain one standard in performance and consistency versus the 3 separate vendors with 3 different standards, different modes of cleaning, and different products and supplies throughout the terminal. Although the NTTO CIAT survey results are positive news, we do not remain complacent and ensure that we look forward to ways to improve our efficiency and performance over all terminal attributes for the benefit of our traveling public. Our air service development, slide 11, and we can go to that. Okay. Now we are moving into our next section, which is our core to our airport, air service development. We depend on our carriers to bring our passengers in to sustain and grow our tourism based on the economy and global connectivity. Next slide. The Guam International Airport Authority is truly blessed to have great partner airlines who have signed signatory airline agreements, which is a commitment to serving Guam. 10 airlines have signatory status with us: United Airlines, Japan Airlines, Korean Airlines, Philippine Airlines, Jin Air, T-Way Air, Air Seoul, and Air Busan, who have scheduled service to and from Guam. China Airlines and Jeju Airlines who retain signatory status, although their regularly scheduled operations remain suspended. GIA remains consistently engaged with our airline partners, meeting regularly with them during our annual and mid-year projections, our capital improvement project impact and updates, preliminary budget review, and budgetary impact discussions. Next slide. An important aspect of our successful air service development is collaboration with GVB to ensure a joint message with engaging with our airlines. Weekly, GIA and GVB discuss load factors against seat capacity for the prior week by flight and by market. Insight and intelligence are shared by both agencies on future schedules that include added frequency, charter flights, upgauge of equipment, and promotions and marketing activity in our source markets. We also joined GVB on the road. The most recent was collaborative efforts in Routes Asia in March of 2026, which we were met with network planners from 11 airlines, a couple of them current operators, and a few who have operated charters, and some who are prospective operators. Next slide. The GIA concession program is a strategic initiative to enhance the passenger experience, maximize non-aeronautical revenues, and create opportunities for retail investments. Our goal is to attract high-quality and experienced operators that have the capacity to develop, operate, and manage airport concessions. GIA is in a competitive process for the following: GIA Retail Concession Program. GIA seeks a retail operator with an proven retail. Next slide. Here you go. GIA seeks a retail operator with proven retail experience and emphasis on quality merchandise, customer experience, and revenue generation. Also included is a provision to expand retail offerings for products that showcase Guam. GIA also has issued a retail RFP on March 6 with a proposal submission deadline of May 29, 2026. So, Senators, that's ongoing. That thing is still being going through the process of the RFP. GIA is also seeking a master concessionaire to provide a mix of dining options that serve both local and international travelers. The objective is to refresh the dining experience, improve food quality, service consistency, and pack satisfaction at both airside and landside locations. We have issued the food and beverage RFP on March 25th, and deadline for submission was on June 19th. So that also is ongoing at this time. Next slide. Our GIA is also currently in development phase and will be issuing a solicitation for the car rental concessions program in the near future. So that's very, very close to that, for that to go out. As part of our efforts to support concession partners and provide the local community with the opportunity to access the airport, GIA launched its Concourse Access Program, which is called CAP, on May 6, 2026. This program provides non-ticketed passengers to access to post-security retail and dining areas of the airport daily between 4 a.m. and 7 p.m. Visitors can apply online at guamairport.com and submit identification information which is vetted in accordance with TSA e-secure flight requirements. Upon approval, visitors are processed through the same TSA screening process as ticketed passengers. To date, GIA has approved over 250 CAP participants and generated an estimated $20K in additional monthly retail sales alone, and additional sales from food and beverage activities. Next slide. Following the passage of Public Law 38-21 and adoption of the board's leasing policy, we moved quickly to implement the airport's leasing program. In response to a notice to solicit interest, GIA has received interest from a total of 26 businesses who would like to lease airport property. These results demonstrate strong private sector demand and represent an important step in diversifying the airport's non-aeronautical revenues. To date, we have generated approximately $1.6 million in recurring annual revenue from these land interests. Next slide. This includes my portion of our presentation. For presentation from our financial status, I would like to ask our Deputy Executive Manager, Daphne Chamizo, to report on that.
Sitos Masi. Hafide Chairman Lujan, Vice Chairman Duenas, members of the Committee on Transportation, Tourism, Customs, Utilities, and Federal and Foreign Affairs, Vice Speaker Etta, Senator San Agustin, Senator Gumatautau, Senator Borja, and Senator Sabrina Salas-Metanani. My name is Daphne Mansovich Shimizu, and I'm the Deputy Executive Manager for the Guam International Airport Authority. If we could please turn to slide 19. Thank you. Before getting into our FY 2026 finances, I wanted to briefly cover our FY 2025 audit. GIAA received an unmodified or clean opinion on its fiscal year 2025 financial statements and on our report and compliance for each major federal program. In FY 2025, our total revenues did increase in comparison to prior year by the tune of about $11 million. However, that was primarily because of other income increasing as we did receive insurance proceeds relating to Typhoon Mawar, and because also we had seen an increase in our federal capital grants income, which reflects our continued pursuit of our federal funding. We did see as well our operating expenses go down in comparison with FY 2024, and that was due to the various cost containment measures that we've worked to put in place. Our debt service coverage ratio did remain strong for the past few years at 1.69 times in both FY 2023 and FY 2024, and it was at 1.47, still above what 1.25, which is required, and still pretty strong in FY 2025. Next slide, please. One of the key factors that we monitor is our emplanements, and an emplanement basically is a departing passenger. We utilize emplanements in the projections for our budgets each year. In this slide, you'll see our actual versus forecasted signatory employments. The blue line across the middle of the page represents our forecasted signatory employments, and the green bars represent our actual experience. As you'll see, since COVID, there's been a variance or a gap between what we forecasted and what our actual numbers have been. Although you see that in the last few years, the variance between the numbers is slowly decreasing, there is still a gap. For FY 2025, which is at the far right hand of the slide, you'll notice that our forecast was 1.267 million employments. Our actual experience came in at 1.05 million. Based on our current year experience for FY 2026, we're actually expecting or projecting that this will be the case for this fiscal year as well. Next slide, please. As noted from our previous slide, when we talk about revenues, one of the best gauges of whether we're going to meet our projected revenues is employments. You'll see here our employment packs for FY 2024 through May 2026 on this slide. The blue line is FY 2024, orange FY 2025, and green is FY 2026. So during the early part of FY 2025, from October through March, we saw our employments come in below what we saw in the prior fiscal year. That trend did change, however, when we got to April 2025. You'll notice that from there, which is about the mid portion of the screen, that you'll see that orange bar or that orange line begin to see an upward trend. And so, as the executive manager had mentioned earlier, we did start to see some increase in our employments due to the Korean airline mergers. This had a positive impact on our employee numbers through the end of fiscal year 2025, which you'll see even in the month of August. We had almost 18% more employee packs than we did in the prior fiscal year. And this carried on as we began FY 2026. So if you look at the left of the screen, the green line, right, which comes in way above what we see in the prior 2 fiscal years. During early 2026, again, we saw that was the result of the Korean air mergers. As we got into early 2026 calendar year, we have been dealing with various issues. In March, of course, we had the issue of the fuel crisis, which moved into April. In April, which you see is the lowest line, the lowest portion of the green bar, or the green line, that represents April 2026. And of course, we not only had the issues with the fuel crisis we were dealing with, but also the issues with Typhoon Sinlaku, which resulted in at least in several days of no actual commercial passenger service. Because of this, again, if you'll notice, as the manager mentioned earlier, in one of the slides you'll see, or you saw, what our expected capacity in terms of the flights and seats are for the rest of the fiscal year. As we got into April, unlike what we saw in the prior months in the fiscal year, April going forward was the first time we began to see that the supply that was going to or that we were going to have in terms of seats and flights was actually going to be less than what we saw in the prior year. What does that mean? When we saw the increase in flights, or the increase in what is called supply, seat supply, then of course we saw that corresponding increase in our employments, and then of course the increase in our revenues. Now we're projecting to see the seat supply and the flights to be less going forward through the rest of the fiscal year. And again, although we saw the increase month over month in one of the slides prior, those increases still reflect a reduction when we compare to prior year. And again, what does that mean? A reduction in our supply, our seat supply, generally has meant a reduction in our employments. Where we believe we're going to be by the end of fiscal year 2026, again, because we had some strong performance at the beginning of the year, we believe that will help to offset some of the performance that we're seeing where we're not performing as well in terms of our employee packs numbers. So we're expecting to be at about 1 million employee packs, give or take 5 to 10%, which again is probably about where we ended in FY 2025. Next slide, please. So here you'll see our budget to actual information, or financial information as of April 2026 Take note, this is unaudited, and of course, these numbers are subject to adjustment at the end of every year. We have to make several adjustments to make sure that we conform to GASB standards. So these are unaudited numbers. For the month of April 2026, our total operating revenues came in at about $4.5 million, which is about $1.4 million below budget. And year to date, through April 2026, our total operating revenues came in at about $41 million, or $3 million below budget. Our operating expenses, and just take note that although we are seeing that our expenses are coming in below budget, they're not coming in proportionately below budget as we're seeing our revenues come in because of the traffic, the flight traffic that we're seeing. Our estimated debt service coverage ratio, which you can see at the bottom of the screen, was projected to be 1.25 for the current month of April. Where we were in the month of April alone, standalone, we estimate it to be about 0.26. And again, that's an indication of where we were because of Typhoon Sinlaku, because of the increases in fuel prices, which impacted our airlines, and also because of just, again, tourism not being or recovering where at the level that we needed it to be. If we look to the second to the last column at the bottom where it says FY 2026 year-to-date budget, our estimated debt service coverage ratio that we had projected year-to-date was 1.55. As of FY 2026 through April, the actual, we believe that, or we estimate it to be at 1.38, still above 1.25. And of course, when we think about debt service coverage and meeting the requirements of our bond indenture, we look at it on an annual basis. We don't look at it month to month. But of course, as we start seeing our debt service coverage ratios not come in at the level that we would like them to be or need them to be, we actually are worried that it's going to continue to deteriorate as we go through this fiscal year. We're concerned that that 1.38 over the next few months will continue to drop, and then we're not going to meet, and we actually estimate that we're not going to meet that service coverage ratio that's required. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Of course, you know, we have faced several challenges over the last several years, beginning with COVID-19, and we have not recovered at GIAA at the level that we've seen some other airports throughout the country recover. We've also dealt with typhoons Mawar and Sinlaku. We've seen tourism recover slower than expected and, of course, slower than we had hoped. We've been dealing with geopolitical instability. We've seen and continue to see reductions in our airline capacity and passenger traffic. And this, coupled with increased costs for repairs and maintenance, increased cost of construction, and our aging infrastructure, these are the hurdles that we've had to face. We have worked to contain costs, so if you look at our actions, the things that we have done, since FY 2024, our executive manager has issued a memo regarding cost containment. We've refinanced debt, we've pursued FAA grants. We are very proud that we've worked to ensure compliance with our bond requirements. We've worked to maximize our non-aeronautical revenue. We're of course grateful to this legislature, to this body for authorization that we've received relating to our lease terms and our revenue generating concessions. And we have been actively involved in the expansion of visa waiver countries. To address the issues, there are a few options, of course, as you know, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and committee members. To increase our revenues or to decrease our expenses. We've worked to decrease our expenses really to the extent possible. We actually have implemented what's called a retention of our budget. So we actually, and our division heads, our division managers will tell you that we have not been releasing their full budget to them because we're working to make sure that we can make good on or pay our expenses and our debt service each month that we receive our revenues. We do, so what is the other way that we can be able to address the issue? Of course, as you know, we're requesting for some assistance from the legislature. We've asked for additional funding. You know, one thing that we have done, though, this year, we've met with our airlines twice already, once in January, once again in this last week, to express to them the concern that we have and let them know, make sure that we're having open conversations with them about the possibility that, of course, within our signatory airline agreements, there is a provision which allows for us to increase or to make rate adjustments. And what does that mean? And we actually talk with them further to them about how much that would be, right? If we were trying to recover the cost or what the cost, to try to recover for the shortfall that we are seeing because of the in-plane packs not coming in, what would that mean to the airlines? When we think about cost to the airlines, we look at what's called cost per in-plane packs, or CPE. Currently, our CPE is at $34.99. That's what we had budgeted for. That's what we are charging our rates and fees based on. If we are to pull the trigger on increasing or making a rate adjustment, which is something that we believe is not an option, something that we do not want to do, but it's something that, again, is allowed by our signatory airline agreement. And we're going to try to recover the shortfall in revenues over the last couple of months of this fiscal year. What does that mean? That means a CPE that's going to go from $34.99 to about $68. So that's an almost doubling of the current rates and charges that we are charging to the airlines. And that's something that we wanted to share with the airlines, is the reality of that. That's something also that has helped us with regards to our rating. As you know, in this last year, and we did talk about this in one of our oversight hearings, that Moody's, although they continue to keep us at investment grade, they did provide us with an outlook that was negative instead of stable as we had in the prior year that we got rated. And a lot of the reasons are, of course, number one is our debt service coverage ratio has been pretty stable. Number two is we've been able to also demonstrate that we have sufficient cash for them, so days cash on hand is another thing they look at. But also something that's important to our bondholders and also to our rating agencies is the fact that we have this signatory airline agreement that will allow for us to increase or adjust our rates and fees if needed so that we can cover any shortfall. But again, that's something that, Mr. Chair and Mr. Vice Chair, I know you talk about ripple effect, right? That's something that if we were to increase our rates and charges to our airlines, it would have a ripple effect, and that's something that we don't want to have happen. Where tourism is already struggling, we're struggling to recover our tourists. The last thing we want is to have an airline rates and charges that is going to price us out of the market, that is going to prevent airlines from wanting to come here, and so as much as possible, we want to incentivize them to come here and not cause issues by increasing those airline rates and charges. For the current fiscal year, just to share, we are estimating that we will have a shortfall in revenues to the tune of about over $10 million. And that's, again, given the current level of employments that we're projecting. But we have asked for more than $10 million because there are also our FAA, we do have FAA grants. We do have our share of FAA grant funding that we need to make sure that we make payments on. And so that is why we're not just asking for, in excess of 10 million, but we're asking for the 17 million, which again, Mr. Chair, you had alluded to or shared earlier. What will that do? How will that help us? Of course, that will allow for us to work toward meeting our bond indenture requirements and help to prevent airline rates and charges from going up. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Frank Santos to close out with our CIP. Thank you.
Thank you, Daphne. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and esteemed members of the committee. My presentation is on the capital improvement program for the airport. We presently have about 27 active projects in various stages. The total amount is in excess of $108 million, of which for this current fiscal year and last fiscal year, we have about $51 million in FA funding alone. And I believe that's part of the ask that Daphne had just mentioned relative to the airport share of federal grants, which is at 90% federal, 10% airport sponsor. Moving forward to each project, and I will not spend too much time on each unless you have questions on it.
Can we get the next slide, please?
Yes. The first one is work in progress, the terminal floor replacement. That's nearing completion. It's about 97%. The amount of the grant amount, or not grant amount, but the project amount is $3.3 million. And again, it will be complete by July or August 2026. That affects the floors that were damaged by Typhoon Mawar with the water intrusion. And we ripped out all the carpet and replaced it with terrazzo flooring, hardened. And should there be any water intrusion again, there's no need to replace that floor. The second project, large project, is the rehabilitation of the terminal aprons. That involves 17 gates. It involves the rehabilitation of the certain taxi lanes and taxiways to the tune of $46.3 million, and that's expected to be complete in August of 2027. Moving on to our terminal building roof, phase one. Phase one is the actual removal of the existing roofing membrane and replacing it with new. But before we put the membrane on, we're installing brackets for the solar panels. We're envisioning about 1.8 megawatts of solar panels to be installed under the phase two project, which I'll be getting into. But we are working in collaboration with the Guam Power Authority on any system impact report. And as of right now, 1.8 megawatts will not be an issue. That amount of money for the phase one is $23.7 million. Then continuing with the roof, phase two is the actual installation of the panels themselves and provides the electrical connections. The contract amount is going to be $14.3 million. So both the phase one will be done in April 2028 and phase two will be complete in August of 2028. The next project is the Part 150 noise study. We have completed the update of the noise exposure maps. It has gone through public review. Has been accepted by the FAA. The next step was the noise compatibility program, which has also gone through a public involvement session. We're just waiting for the final comments from the FAA before the federal government puts it out on Federal Register for about a 6-month period for further comment. The completion of the Part 150 noise study would now allow us to continue with the sound installations program that we have. We have already soundproofed over 200 residential homes. The next project is the energy efficiency assessment. It's in final draft and it's with the FAA review. It's only a little bit over $500,000 to complete. So we expect hopefully to get any comments from the FAA and incorporate them into the study, and that should be done by July or next month. We also have a microgrid study that's in progress to the tune of $1.6 million. We are looking at 100% renewables, in other words, for the entire airport terminal and other facilities on airport property. Just conceptually, we're looking at 31 megawatts of solar power that would fund the airport. That requires real further collaboration and coordination with the Guam Power Authority with respect to the impact on the system and the ratepayers. Moving on to the next slide, please. Planning and design. We have the cargo apron under design right now.
Next slide, please.
We are at 60%. Just indicate that we have, due to the condition of soils below, the budget estimate has increased almost 1,000%. So we're going from 40-some million to almost 100 or 245 million. We are looking at alternatives in making sure that we have additional cargo aprons, and the cargo aprons will serve right now the 3 additional carriers that the executive manager had mentioned earlier, UPS, FedEx, and Asia Pacific. And we intend to utilize further liberalization from the U.S. Department of Transportation for cabotage cargo service, which has been provided to Guam before, but we lack the infrastructure to do so. So once this cargo aprons are complete, then we can proceed in getting that liberalization request in again. Of course, we want passengers, but cargo's. Well, we could get, we're going to reduce the scope of the cargo aprons from 4 wide bodies, probably down to 3 narrow bodies. And because of the weight of the wide bodies, like the Dash 800 that the UPS is using, that we could go with a 1 apron just to handle those type of aircraft, and the remainder would be like 757s or below, or even the MD-11 that FedEx is flying. But that would reduce the amount of foundation that's needed, which is driving up the cost of the aprons themselves. I don't think I answered your question as how long would it take, but it's going to be subject to funding availability. The next one is Terminal ADA Improvements, Americans with Disabilities Act. That's work in progress. We do have a progress report that's going to be issued by the designer or the A&E. The ADA would also include things like improvements to the restrooms that we want to do, as well as access from curbside to aircraft, aircraft to curbside, and minimizing the downtime, especially with the amount of wheelchair passengers that exist today. We want to make sure that it's very essentially, even with the level changes, making it as easy as possible. And our terminal was built in 1996, the expanded terminal, so we're 30 years old already. So if you notice that projects that I'll be mentioning is to review the replacement, the condition, and the assessment of the existing infrastructure. And one of them, of course, is our fire alarm suppression. So we want to make sure that our fire alarms, as well as the fire suppression systems throughout the terminal building, is up to par and to code. So that assessment is presently ongoing. We hope to have the first phase of that funded in FY27 by the FAA. In addition, we have the AOA security gate. It's the access point, the main access point to the airport operations area. It's normally manned by airport police. So we're relocating the gate from the current site, which is next to the old terminal, down to gate 7, where, if you recall, where black construction was initially using for their access during the International Arrivals Corridor project. That should be going out to bid. The next one is security screening expansion. We're looking at the expansion in 3 different ways. One is to service the transit passengers and the transit crew using what they call door 202, which is a door that would be a shortcut from Customs and Border Protection clearance all the way straight to screening area. Right now, passengers and the crew need to go all the way down to Guam Customs, back out to the public area, then back in from the public side into screening area. So this is going to definitely improve our transit capabilities. So door 202, which is that particular door, is we made that a phase 1, so that we're putting that out to bid first in the next 60 days. The next one is airfield lighting and electrical modernization. It's our airfield lighting bulb, which controls all the airfield lighting at night. It has two function points. It's the air traffic control, FAA, and the ramp control, airport. So we want to make sure that everything that needs to be replaced in there, from generators to ups to any and other controls, is correctly replaced under FAA rules. We also are going to replace airfield lighting with more environmentally and safe products. The next project is the ARF roll-up door and HVAC replacement. This is the result of damages actually sustained from Typhoon Mawar. We're still hoping to get this funded through FEMA under a 90-10 split. But I guess the whole government is having issues in getting FEMA claims processed in a more efficient and timely manner. So we may seek FAA's assistance to get that project done. The rest of the projects, runway 6 right, 24 left, that's a short runway. We want to do a design of that as part of the FY27 projects. Then we have a departure lobby upgrade and reconfiguration. That's also for FY27. Then currently under procurement, next slide please. As we have the ZEV electric vehicles and charging stations, ZEV stands for zero emissions vehicles. We have bid out for 5 vehicles and 3 charging stations. It shows there under AG review. It is now under purchase order execution. Next one, our procurement is passenger loading bridges. The FAA has initially awarded us 4. They granted us the 5th. And just for FY26, added 2 additional bridges. So we're going to replace the total of 7. Bridges take at least a year to get it into the manufacturing queue. So we're looking of summer of 2027 to get the first bridge. But throughout the summer, we should be able to get 5 replaced.
So all 5 will be in place by 2027 then?
Summer of 2027. Okay. Then the other 2 would come online in the remainder of the year once we get them into the manufacturing queue.
Okay.
And we'll get that going.
Eventually, Senator, all the bridges will be replaced.
Correct. Associated with the bridges, we also have what they call the VAIL infrastructure. VAIL stands for Voluntary Airport Low Emission Programs. And what we have done is we're replacing all 17 preconditioned air units that are attached to each bridge and 17 ground power units that are attached to each bridge. So essentially they're all electrified. They're not operated through a diesel power. So that is low emissions. So that's why we were able to get those units eligible under the FAA. That's undergoing AG review, where they have bid it out. So once we issue a notice to proceed, it's 270 calendar days for the delivery. The other is ARF vehicle procurement. These are the ARF trucks, the firefighting trucks. Those have a 2-year order period. So we're putting a bid out this year, funded under the FY26, but then under the same bid, we're adding a second truck to be delivered or to be made under contract in FY27 using FA FY27 dollars. So that, and you notice we did not put prices or costs there because we want to protect the bid amount and how much we're getting from the FAA. But it's in the millions. We also have public conveyance systems, and everybody seems to have a problem with our either escalators being down, moving walks being down, and elevators not serviceable. So We have several million here by the FAA to replace the more prioritized needs that we have, so we can improve passenger convenience, but eventually we're going to replace them all. And right now, through end of through the beginning of 2028, we're under BABA waiver, Build America, Buy America waiver for Department of or territorial waivers that were issued. So it's not limited to anything just made in the U.S. The one other project is the fire pump replacement, and this is also to improve the fire protection of not just the terminal, but all other facilities that are part of the airport water system. Then we also have the PFAS removal. That's identified as a project, but has not yet been funded by the FAA. It includes cleaning out our existing trucks that had PFAS, so to make sure they're PFAS free. And then there's soil that has been contaminated that needs to be cleaned up through that grant program. I'll finish up there. If there's any questions or and any of the other projects, please let me know. Thank you.
So as you can see, Senator, we do have a lot of projects that are going to be funded. There's some there we can't identify the amount because of we had to protect the procurement process for those projects. But definitely we're very busy, and part of the requests with the 17 billion is to pay the share, the airport share from the grants that we have currently ongoing for this fiscal year. Thank you, sir.
If I may just add, one other project that we're looking at doing is, you could see there's a lot of activity, not only by Department of War, but also some of the other contractors such as Strata Launch. And so we're also looking at improving the infrastructure to be able to enhance and optimize our fuel storage and distribution capabilities at the airport. And that's probably something we're going to be also requesting assistance from the federal government as well.
And that's that underground fuel line, and we'll be able to support even the Department of War exercises through underground fuel hydrant systems instead of trucking them in from the different locations. So, other than that, senators, that is our presentation. Subject to your questions.
Thank you very much. And for your presentation, and we'll go ahead and start with the question. I'll start off with mine as well. And colleagues, we have 5 minutes. But one of the first things I want to ask, actually, with all these renovations happening, and actually very little or no money, have you gone through and looked at what is maybe a need versus mandated by FAA?
We've done a lot of the prioritizing what we need to do as far as upgrading our airport facilities and stuff. So we do have that. However, at times, for example, just recently we just had that water break that happened at the international arrivals corridor. That wasn't expected, and that definitely we had to make sure that we attended to that ASAP. So those are the kind of things that we are faced with on a day-to-day basis.
Your presentation, April 2026 employments were budgeted at 93,548, but actual employments were only 61,466. That's a major gap. What is the primary cause for that shortfall, and how much is directly tied to our slow recovery, tourism recovery?
Thank you for that question, Senator. With regards to the gap that we're seeing in terms of our in-plane packs, of course, the slower than expected or hope recovery of tourism is definitely a factor. In addition to that, as well, we saw in the month of April, in particular, the continuation of the gas crisis issues that began in March 2026. and we had Typhoon Sinlaku. And again, so the gap is really that we are now seeing the projections. So in one of the slides, you'll see where the manager was presenting the slides where we have June to October expected, or July to October expected employments. And those employments that we're expecting again, or even the seats or the seat supply, is less than what we're seeing or what we saw in prior 2 fiscal years. And so, of course, again, it's really due to the slow recovery. And then that coupled with just the various geopolitical issues that we're dealing with that really are beyond our control. That's really what's happening is now, again, we started out very strong in the beginning of the fiscal year with December 2025 even being, I think, 30% above what we had seen in the 2 prior fiscal years that same month. But as we turned into this calendar year, the various factors that, again, are beyond our control, those are what is causing our numbers to not come in where we had projected them to be.
Mm-hmm. Now, the presentation shows also the April 2026 operating revenues budgeted at 5.9 million, but actual revenue came in at 4.5 million. At what point does this gap, again, become unsustainable without legislative support or major operational changes?
Thank you, Senator. So, I mean, with regards to the way that we project out our budget, right, what we need to be able to cover each month is not just our operation and maintenance expenses, but our debt service. This year, our debt service for the year is 18.6 million for the year, and that means we pay at about 1.55 million every month. So we need to make sure we cover that. As you'll see in that slide as well, that our operating expenses are coming in below budget, but the decrease in our revenues because of the passenger traffic isn't directly proportional to the decrease that we can make into our expenses, right? We still have our power bill, we still have our water bills, we still have our contractors, and although we're doing our best to contain those costs, we still do have those costs that we have to address. And so, any type of a difference is in terms of our revenues when they're not coming in causes some significant challenges for us as we try to operate the airport.
And you also estimated your debt service ratio for April 26 dropped to 0.26 compared to the budgeted 1.25. How serious is that from the bond compliance standpoint? And what are the consequences if that trend continues?
As I mentioned earlier in our presentation, the way that the debt service coverage ratio requirement works is that it's looked at on an annual basis, right? So month to month, if we may, and in the past we have in prior years, in a month not met 1.25. What matters is where we are as of the end of the fiscal year. And of course, generally that occurs, we're able to find out finally after our audit's done, because then we have audited numbers with which to calculate that. So, of course, through the year, we believe year to date, we're still at a good rate in terms of our debt service coverage ratio. However, the challenge is, as I mentioned earlier in the slide where we showed employments, decreased supply of seats generally is related to or results in decrease in plane packs. Decrease in plane packs, especially when we're seeing those numbers be less than what we saw in prior year. We're expected that green line and that employments to be less than what we saw last year. And so, of course, that's the concern that we have.
Okay. I know that the administration folks are here. I know we have Mr. Carlson is here, and also, Mr. Burns is here. Would you want to testify in regards to, would you? And, I'm sorry, and Tina Garcia are here as well. So if you want to go ahead and step up and then be sworn in as well. Colleagues may have some questions in regards to the finances. Ready? Okay. Lester, I think you're the most sworn-in guy around. Okay. Thank you. Okay, Lester and Tina, if you want to add on to, I guess, some of the questions that we have asked earlier, want to chime in on that at this point, or are you all right?
You were just asking about debt service
Yes.
coverage and everything. I think Daphne explained how that's calculated. Basically, the revenues come in, they reduce the O&M expenses, and then that net revenue is used to calculate the debt service reserve. So again, the intent is to protect the operations. So O&M is taken out at the top before debt service is calculated.
Mr. Gross?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. We understand the ask. We understand what it is that's being required here. I also was speaking to Mr. Santos before the hearing began, and he mentioned that there's an O&M reserve requirement that they have not been able to fund. So because of a compounding pressures, lack of revenue, there are a number of reserve funds that should have been topped off by this time and have not. It's very critical that we have these reserves in the case of an emergency, and as Mr. Santos articulated with the CIPs, and as Mr. Aegis very clearly articulated the safety aspects, that we ensure the continuation of GIAA as being very safe, secure, and having all of the necessary safety equipment, not the updated firefighting equipment, as well as the ease of passenger movement. All of that costs money. All of that should be funded. There was a specific statement made about FAA funding availability, but the lack of the local match. So as much as we'd love to be able to take advantage of federal funds, if we don't have the match, we're in a bad position. I don't want to detract from the importance of what it is we're here to talk about, but we also have a child care provider issue that is before this body for potential resolution. There's been some discussion that I'm sure every one of you is acutely aware of lack of funding from the federal government, which has compounded local child care provider payments. This is similar to what happened in the beginning of the fiscal year, where the SNAP benefits were not made available, and this body stepped in and provided funding. Thankfully, it was only for the first 2 weeks of the beginning of the fiscal year, but this body stepped in and provided the funding. It seems like we're having to fight numerous different battles and numerous fronts. What used to be a very sustainable and like clockwork mechanism for drawing down on federal funds is now, if it's not this program, it's that program. If it's not this, it's that. There's a lot that this body has to consider. So I would be remiss if I didn't bring up the fact that when we're looking at potential assistance for our only gateway to and from Guam, that we also be cognizant of the fact that we have a child care provider issue that we also have to be also mindful of. So if the will of the body is to address these concerns, and we're looking at general fund money that we have, thankfully, as I think we all were pretty comfortable with, once we got through the tax filing deadline that was extended, we are tracking very well. that's a combination of a few things, but it really does boil down to cooperation and between this branch and the executive branch, and being able to come up with conservative budgeting and be able to take a look at collections. And as we've done on numerous occasions over the last 3 years, take excess revenues that we have received in cash that we're very comfortable with maintaining, if not maybe even bumping up a little bit from the $63 million that we're currently showing that we've collected in excess of appropriations, making some of this money available for needs such as those expressed by the airport, and also a need, hopefully, that will be reimbursed if necessary, to take care of the child care provider. I believe that payments have not been made since April. So we have people that are hurting, that are providing services that is federally funded. So, you know, it's a lot to be able to sit here and digest. However, the good news is that through collective efforts and collaboration and cooperation, we have potential solutions to some of these very high-profile issues. So I wasn't intending to speak too much, but since you got me up here, sir, I might as well. So thank you.
Lester, if we don't meet the reserves, what is the impact to other bonds for the government of Guam?
There is no impact to any other bonds. The one thing about these types of bonds, they're issued by the authority based upon their ability to collect fees and charges from the tenants of the facility and the users of the facility. If unaddressed, the implications potentially would be future access to the market. There will always be market access, but are you going to still be rated where you would like to be, such that access to funds, instead of, say, 6.5%, you can achieve these funds at 5%. It makes a big difference how you continue to position yourself. As Daphne mentioned, the airport is still in a negative outlook. And they haven't done, the Moody's hasn't done anything further, because there is a lot of hope that the compounding issues, COVID, more recently the Iran conflict, and the corresponding rise in fuel prices, we simply just cannot think that this is going to take care of itself. So there would be no adverse impact on the other autonomous issuers, GWA, GPA, the port, and so on. There won't be any implication on our ability to access the market. But, collectively, we'd like to be able to position ourselves and assist ourselves so that future market access is not ever adversely affected.
Okay. Your presentation showed that the current seat capacity for June through October of 26, monthly totals ranging from 91,193 seats to in June to 123,069 seats in August. What seat capacity does GIA need to return to financial stability? And how far are we from that number today, basically?
So with regards to fiscal year 2026, as I mentioned, we expect to fall, if you recall the slide with the blue line going across it and the green bars at the below, those are our projected in-plane packs against our actual experience for each fiscal year. We project that we'll be at about 1 million in plane packs, plus or minus 5 to 10% again. That's where we project to be. It's, we don't have a crystal ball. We had utilized in our projections 1.25 million in plane packs. So if we are only at 1,050,000, which is where we were the last 2 fiscal years, if it remains flat, then we'll be short about 200,000 enplanements. So really where we need to be for this fiscal year is at 1.25 million in plane packs. Given where numbers are tracking, we see that that's unlikely over the next 3 months. Again, we don't have a crystal ball. We're hopeful, but again, so for this fiscal year alone, in order for us to be able to manage and make up the revenues or make the revenues that we had projected and cover all our O&M and our debt service, meet all our requirements, that we would need another 200,000 enplanements, or an enplane packs total of about 1.25, which is what we had budgeted for FY26.
Okay, and that being said, if tourism recovery remains slow for another year, what is GIA's contingency plan to maintain its operations, meet the bond obligations, and to avoid further emergency requests again from this legislature?
And so, as I mentioned earlier, we're not just asking for at this time just to cover our revenue shortfall. We're asking for additional funding. There is no crystal ball. And I want to say that because we can only project the best we can based on the information we have, but there's no guarantee that we're going to be where we expect to be, right? What we are asking for at this time is an amount that we believe is going to help us for this fiscal year, but which may also help us with to be able to keep the rates and fees down for our airlines as we come into FY 2027. Our FY 2027 budget discussions with our airlines is going to begin in end of July. And of course, similar to the legislative body and the executive budget, it has to go into effect by October 1, so we have to get that before our board by August 31. But, again, that's what we would need.
Sure, and I think you answered my next question. Basically, I was going to ask you the 17.7 million that is being requested by the airport to stay afloat. What exactly does that cover, and how long would it sustain the airport? I think you answered me that it's basically just for this year.
We're hopeful, of course, this fiscal year, that's what we believe. Yeah. We're hopeful again that when we end of the fiscal year and we come into FY 27, that the additional monies that we're asking for in excess will help us as we get into FY 2027. Now, we have received some preliminary projections from our airlines. It looks like there is, like what we're going to see is pretty steady enplanements for FY 2027, so not significantly higher than what we saw in FY 2026 and 5. Yeah, but we're hopeful that it may help us, which is why we're asking for more than we believe our revenue shortfall is going to be.
Okay. I'll go to my colleagues, Senator Duane.
Senator Lujan, if I just could maybe put some context on the economics of the airport. It's a very high capital infrastructure, expensive asset, but it is critical infrastructure to the economy and to the region, and therefore all of the infrastructure that we need to remain a safe operating airport and compliant requires heavy investment. When these heavy aircraft come in, you could see that the capital improvement project that was put up on apron hardening is significant. Sometimes they're $30 to $60 million, right? And so the cost of putting the infrastructure in place, we try to balance and not burden the airline solely on the cost of that, because we want more airlines to come and bring passengers in at an economical rate that travelers are willing to pay. And so we have what are called non-aeronautical revenues and aeronautical revenues. And so the non-aeronautical revenues, as we develop more of those, and those are these concessions, the leasing opportunities that this legislature has provided us the tools to do so, that kind of releases some of the burden of an aircraft or an airline that's going to operate here. And so we need to develop more concession opportunities to spread those costs, because the transportation actually their economics are movements as opposed to sitting at a terminal. But the passengers in the terminal can generate revenue to help offset some of those costs. And so the more passengers we have in the terminal, hence the more passengers that are flying and traveling here, are critical to the revenues that the airport will generate to maintain its operations. And that's why working collectively and collaboratively with GVB on whatever marketing efforts there are to promote Guam and to bring these travelers in really does help the airport sustain its operations. So when we think long-term about these capital improvements, and we add a benefit of things like the military exercises and these type of things, they all enhance the airport's position as critical infrastructure, which ultimately we hope reduces the cost of bringing passengers and traffic into Guam. And so right now we have a revenue issue because we don't see passengers coming in. We don't see the tours that we've projected. We're not where we were in pre-COVID times. And so hence, we're looking for support from the legislature to bridge that gap. We would have hoped, we thought and we projected that we would be quicker on our recovery, but that hasn't occurred as quick as we have expected. As the deputy executive manager mentioned, we don't have a crystal ball. And so we're doing the best we can. I think we've represented challenges, and earlier I mentioned these aren't excuses, but we wouldn't come here without doing everything we could and continually trying to improve, such as cost containment, developing all these revenue opportunities. But I think we're at that point. You asked earlier at what point, and I think we're here at that point today where we really are seeking support from this body.
Well, thank you for that. And actually, before I turn over to my colleagues, just real quick, yes, actually, we don't need a crystal ball. I think everything we're seeing right now is all indication that, yeah, we're in tough times at this point. This body gave the opportunity to extend out LOTE. We understand LOTE is not staying, but they're extending until December, right? Has another vendor been awarded at this point? And I mean, what does it look like for additional airport revenues? I seriously doubt, as we spoke about, that you're not going. I don't think the offer is going to come in anywhere close to the offers of years past, right?
Yeah. With respect to the LOTE extension, we have negotiated and executed that extension up until December 20th. The commercial aspects, because we are in the middle of a procurement, we hope that remains, as tight as possible, because that may impact some of the negotiations that occur in the next coming weeks. And so that process is ongoing. We hope to conclude that within the next, 30 to 60 days, and have more information at that time.
Okay. So in that regard, again, we just want to make sure with the extension that when it is awarded, that there will be a smooth transition, and we won't have an empty space there.
That's our objective.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Senator Duenas.
Yes, Monsi, and thank you for your presentation, General Manager and Board Chair and others. I can't sugarcoat it other than to say this is deeply concerning. And let's be honest with ourselves. We're not talking about, the look forward as we did to sustainability and going forward. We're going backwards. So let's just be honest with ourselves and put that on the table. Daphne, I have to ask a question on your chart, as it was mentioned earlier by the chairman's question. On slide 22, you have current month, of course, budgeted out at 125, and your fiscal year actual year to date is still at 1.38. What's that predicated on? And that's the ask is kind of, I have to understand it a little better.
Okay, so as you saw in the employment slide, where the green line was significantly higher in the first part of the fiscal year, so our employments were coming in pretty high. And in fact, we're still running ahead of prior year to date, because our employments in the beginning of this fiscal year were so strong. So in the beginning of the year, because our employments were strong, our revenues were also pretty strong, and then our debt service coverage for the beginning part of the year was strong. But as we saw, like in the month of April, where we see that the numbers aren't there, then other compounding factors that cause our debt service coverage ratio to be low in that month, that is causing the deterioration of our year-to-date debt service coverage ratio. Unfortunately, what we're expecting to see, again, through the rest of the fiscal year, because we're expecting employments, again, our supply is going to be less than prior year. We're expecting our employments, unfortunately, to come in below prior year, which means that our debt service coverage ratio through the end of the fiscal year is going to continue to deteriorate. What we expect, if we are not able to get some level of additional revenues, is that, or to the tune of the 10, at least the 10.5, which was what we were asking for, just to cover the revenue shortfall, that we're not going to be even at one time, which means that. So the way, as Tina, as the GITA administrator had mentioned earlier, so how debt service coverage ratio is, or how debt service coverage is calculated, it's our net revenues, right, which is our revenues minus our O&M expenses minus our debt service, and then, I'm sorry, our net revenues divided by our debt service coverage, our debt service. And so really we would want that to at least equal 1, right, or 0, right? So there should be a wash. Whatever our revenues are, if we want to hit 1, it's going to be our total revenues net minus, divided by our debt service coverage to get 1, or revenues minus O&M minus our debt service coverage. We should be able to cover it, right? That will be a 1. But what's required is 1.25. And so again, it's the continued deterioration that we expect to see over the next several months because of the numbers coming in. And that's why, although you're seeing a 1.38 year-to-date as of April, we still have May, June, July, August, September, 5 more months. Our preliminary number for May, which has not yet been reported out to our board, but it's also below 1 for the month of May, not 0.26, but not 1.25 or 1. So again, it's the reason why, although we're seeing 1.38, which is pretty strong as of year-to-date April, the reason why it's still alarming is because, again, the expected deterioration of our debt service coverage ratio and our revenues as we go through the fiscal year.
So you're saying the trend is going to be even below 1 is what you're estimating right now?
For April and May, yes, we saw 0.26. For May, it's 0.83 is the estimate at this point for May, so it's still below 1. And that will, as we go along, if we continue to see that kind of a trend, we're not expected to be able to meet our debt service coverage ratio at that rate.
So Lester, I'm glad you're here. I look to you, and I look to the responsibility, really, of the executive branch to make a proposal. We have been here, and I want to be clear. We have been helping you every step of the way, everything that we can do. Emergency sessions, everything you've asked us to do, the 50-year lease, everything we can do. I just want to be clear because, we're in this together. But I want to also say, that I'm taking this as serious as I am because we have been here, and I want to make sure that we understand this partnership. I don't ask these questions because I want a headline or I want to be in the paper quoted. This is a family talk right now, that we have to talk about this seriously. But right now, our job is to appropriate. When we appropriate, and we're in a current fiscal year, by mandate, by law, BBMR, and yourselves and everybody else, you're an autonomous agency. Now you're asking for a general fund revenue subsidy. That has to be an adjustment that is done on the executive side and presented to us. So Lester, are you and Ed Byrne and the administration working on that right now?
We were actually thinking about drafting a bill and bringing it down to this body. We met with the governor yesterday. We'll probably discuss a proposal in bill form to provide to the body.
Okay. So Daphne, we can't leave this out of the room. The $9 million that was booked as revenue for 24 and 25, booked as revenue, I guess never transferred to the authority. The discussion's gone back and forth on appropriations and the like. Where are you with that in discussions with the front office?
And so we did actually, as Director Carlson mentioned, we did meet with Governor, Lieutenant Governor, and also with DOA BBMR regarding that matter. And my understanding, and perhaps it's best if, my understanding is that there needs to be an appropriation for that $9.3 million, but I would have to defer to BBMR and DOA to be able to explain that, sir.
So, Lester, when you make your presentation or your proposal in bill form, are you going to account for that appropriation taking care of the $9 million in terms of requirement for the reimbursement to the airport?
You know, Senator, this arrears from when we raised the aviation fuel tax from 4 to 8 cents goes back maybe 12 years. It's been an issue, and thankfully the airport and quite honestly the community has really good support from FAA, so they've never imposed interest to be accrued on the amount outstanding. The government collected the money. It was probably used, because it came in the form of liquid fuel tax, for road repairs, road maintenance, and it benefited the community. So even back in the days when Ricky Hernandez was sitting in these shoes, he was lobbying for those arrears to be appropriated. So it goes back a long time. We are still not incurring any interest due to cooperation and really good rapport that we have with FAA, but we do need to address it. I will be very clear, sir. The authorization to use the governor's transfer authority, well, we don't have that ability to shoulder that burden from the executive line agencies, which that money would come from. So the governor made it very clear in our call yesterday that while there is an authorization in this current year's budget to allow for that mechanism to address these arrears, we simply don't have the wherewithal to do that. So when we do submit a proposal to the legislature, it will likely include extinguishing that issue once and for all, so that we can all put that behind us in a manner that is achievable.
Because, Daphne, what I want to do is, we got to get this off the books. And if you booked it as revenue, and we're going to give you revenue, there really shouldn't be a difference. If we do this as part of whatever appropriation comes down, and it should be really written almost in an omnibus fashion if it has to. If it's not a one-line single appropriation, but if it's going to be a budget adjustment, supplemental to 26, then it's done, okay? Because it is revenue. And so you need to use your revenue at this point in time for every serious responsibility you have. And you're asking for a subsidy from the general fund because we don't want to impose any discussions at this point in time with the airlines. But I'm saying that, if the trend continues, there's going to have to be a come to Jesus with regard to that. But do you agree on the record that you book it as revenue and we get it off the books?
With regards to the $9.3 million,
yes,
we'd already recorded it as revenue and included it in our debt service coverage calculation in prior years. And so that's something that cannot currently be utilized as additional revenue. However, Senator, and I do want to say thank you. Thank you to this body for continuing to help us to address the various items, for the concessions, for the leases. I think that demonstrates the fact that we also have recognized that there needs to be some level of reform as we work on our finances and coming into perhaps what is a different financial model maybe for the airport, right, moving forward as we work toward trying to recover tourism. But with regards to the 9.3, we cannot, again, include that as revenue. However, we have been actively communicating with Bond Counsel so that way we can make sure that we work on this. part of the process is when an agency believes that, or an issuer believes that perhaps there may be challenges with regards to meeting the debt service coverage requirement, there are certain requirements that we need to meet. We actually, of course, will need to engage our bond counsel, also engage an independent airport consultant. So those are things that we have in the process. And definitely, Mr. Vice Chair, we do take this very seriously. We recognize this is a lot of money to ask for. We recognize that this is a serious issue. And we wouldn't be coming here unless we really needed the money, so that way we can, again, stave off any possibility that we're going to, as the chairman put it, have this ripple effect, which will probably cause more challenges in our recovery for tourism. But yes, we do recognize the seriousness of this, and we do want to make sure that it's clear that whatever monies that we do receive, we were going to be working in consultation with our independent airport consultant, and also with regards to our bond counsel, and with the BBMAR, DOA, the GITA, the governor's fiscal discipline team, to make sure that whatever we do with the money does allow for us to make sure that we meet these bond indenture requirements. Thank you.
Well, what you're saying then is, to me, is you need this to securitize your positioning anyways, because if you use that as booked as revenue, and it's benchmarked right now against your debt service ratio, then that means that we need to do that first and foremost, even just to shore you up. So my conversation then back to Lester will be, that gets transferred over. I don't know that I'm going to want to say we're going to put $9 million on top of $17 million. I think I need to find out what is your actual for this fiscal year, so we can track it in the closing of this fiscal year and find out what else you're doing in order to be able to make adjustments.
If I may, sir. I believe what we should be frankly agreeing to, if the will of the body is to provide the assistance, that the bill that we provide to the body for consideration firmly established that $9.3 million of the ask is for the arrears. So that thing comes off the books once and for all. It doesn't add to the 17, it's part of the 17. And regardless of how much money this body provides to the airport, you're absolutely correct. It does not count against revenue. So it has no bearing on the debt service coverage. It's a cash relief. It will not do anything to elevate what is currently thought to be anywhere from 0.7 to 0.1 as far as the debt service coverage. You're absolutely correct. So I believe we're similar in thinking that if the assistance does come forward, that it should include very clearly that that long-standing obligation has been addressed.
I'm a lot more comfortable with that, Lester, and I appreciate that coming from the administration, because what I feel like is, in order to partner in this, we have to partner by saying that we're going to do this incrementally, because we all have a responsibility. We're going to have tourism up next. And the bottom line is that, like I said, I mean, there's no pointing fingers here, but this is all hands on deck. The truth is to get this thing moving and to get back there, this is going to take everybody. But it's also going to be not continuing to say an appropriation comes out, 17.9, before we get to it, what are we really talking about here? I want to talk about real dollars, which basically says incrementally, we're going to see the progress and we're going to commit to the progress. So, Lester, I'm okay with that. I'd like to see that legislation, because I want to get that off the books. And what I want to do is responsibly move forward on saying the balance goes forward, which means that it should basically, in what you presented, because you've talked about how having it extrapolate out into your negotiations in the next fiscal year, this should make you solvent and solid for the balance of this fiscal year, the way I see it, in terms of ensuring that you can finally say to your creditors, hey, look, that's done. We don't even have to talk about your consideration anymore. It's in the bank, it's cash, it's backed up, everything's strong in terms of our meeting our obligations on our debt service. Going forward, we've now got an additional somewhere around that $1 million as cash in the bank as well, to control debt service capabilities that we would not fall behind, we will not fall under. and then we will go into our fiscal year discussions, and we will keep the legislature and the administration updated in terms of what the needs might be going into the next fiscal year. Because I know that Lester's probably contemplating right now this current fiscal year in terms of adjusting maybe as a supplemental budget or an appropriation outright against our CRER. So in my opinion, I think that's something that I personally can accept, and that will be disciplined and a way to do this. Because I'll tell you right now, even there's no sugarcoating it. Going into the next fiscal year, this is not a tax conversation or anything anymore. The truth is this is a fiscal priority conversation. What are we going to do, and where's our priorities? We have to take care of our airport. We cannot let the airport go under in any way, shape, or form, be it credits ratings or its ability to operate. I can tell you right now, my final question, Lester, you've been doing this for a long time. I've been following things for a long time. I never, and I stand to be corrected, remember a significant appropriation of this size to, as a bailout to an autonomous, maybe. I stand to be corrected. I'm just saying, look, I'm here, but this is a precedent.
Sir, you're, again, absolutely correct, but I think under the circumstances, the ask is warranted. The ability to continue to position ourselves as a viable tourism destination without raising the cost unnecessarily. It's taking the village to address the problem, and it is a problem of unparalleled magnitude, as you stated. And I'm very appreciative of the body for even entertaining it. So, thank you.
So, if I can offer a moment of levity and some humor, what I'm attempting here is to conduct the committee of the whole. so that when we go in to contemplate legislation that's being set down by the administration, as you know, it's usually an arduous task to get through in terms of I'm very stingy with my time. I one round in 5 minutes because I like to get to business. But the truth, like I said, a moment of humor and levity here. I'm trying to make sure that we get this all sorted out before we go forward to make some sort of decision so that it limits the time on the floor, that people understand the alacrity need here as well as the serious nature of it. So once again, thank you for coming to the Committee of the Whole. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator
Thank you, Senator Duenas. Senator Gumatauta.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the airport for being with us this morning. And let me just start by saying that before the hearing, I was looking at your website and looking at the employment data, and then we see slide 21, and it's an absolute gut punch. I am not going to mince words. That's just, oh my goodness. Can I just ask, how do the airport's unaudited figures for February through May of this year, or 2026, reconcile with the information that was provided by the Guam Visitors Bureau going into May? I know that you guys look at that. Can you help me understand it?
Sure. So the difference between GVB's numbers and the airport's numbers is that GVB reports on visitors, and we report on all passenger traffic. And so the difference is going to be whatever movement is not relating to visitors. Historically, the difference has been about 20%, so meaning that perhaps if GVB reports 1 million visitors, that our in-plane numbers would be about 1.2. That's historically. We've seen that pattern change in the more recent history. But again, that is the difference, and that's why you'll see that GVB's numbers are slightly different from ours. When they go up, our numbers go up as well, though, right? So there is that same type of a trend. If it goes up, our numbers are up. If it goes down, our numbers are generally down. But that difference, the gap, is because we recognize all passenger movement, not just visitors.
Thank you for that. And from the unaudited figures to your latest audit, and I'm just going to ask, so the cost per in-plane passenger increased by 9.1%, rising from $30.85 in FY 2024 to $33.66 in FY 2025, again, due to the higher signatory airline fees, specifically the terminal building rentals and arrival fees. And so if I'm understanding that slide 22 a bit, so has GIAA adjusted its employment projections for the remaining months of FY 2026? And for the record, how does the airport authority intend to absorb a potential reduction in this particular source of the airport's total revenues?
With regards to reforecasting, so if we were going to make an adjustment, generally in government it's called like a reforecasting of our projection, but our budget we generally leave static, meaning that throughout the year we manage our actual is approved. If there is any type of an adjustment, then that would require again for us to go back to the airlines to because. So the higher the enplane packs, basically, the higher the more numbers that the cost could be spread out against, right? So if you have 1.2 million enplanements, the cost maybe is $1 million, right? That cost could be spread out over more passengers than if we had less enplanements, right? So the cost would have to be a little bit higher. So again, we continue to we have not reforecasted officially because of course we manage against our budget. Internally though, we have been working on calculating it, and that's why we know what our potential revenue shortfall is going to be.
All right, thank you so much, Daphne. Now, again, the same report, the auditors concluded that the airport's federal capital grants had increased, and Frank, you made really just talked about all the progress at the airport. And that obviously in that report that management is going to continue to pursue federal funding opportunities while evaluating the financing alternatives to support the future capital requirements. Again, for the record, do any of the grants that the airport received through the FAA, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, ARPA, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which were supplemented by passenger facility charges, include any match requirement? And if so, are employment reserves or revenues, are they tied to any grant conditions that we need to talk about today?
Thank you, Senator. No, there isn't any grant conditions that would affect what we're talking about today.
All right, thank you. And then as Public Safety Chair, I think, and I'm just going to ask because Brian, you're here, members of the board are here, but let me just jump right into the hazardous pay. I know that we've heard it in this building. Can the board consider any maybe increment, something to the 10% so that our public safety, our airline, our airport police, and our air fire teams, so they can have a little bit of parity? What's your guys' take on considering? I've asked this. We had one board member got confirmed. Any chance this is going to be considered? I know we're talking about reduction in costs, but any way our public safety folks there can get some help?
Senator, I can try and chime in on that. We do have our studies that are conducted every 3 years. So part of the study for each position, like for example, law enforcement, ARF, and what, when they do their study, they factor in all those responsibilities, and one of those are, of course, whenever they respond to hazardous incidences, that it's factored into their pay. So when our consultant factored that in, they took all the different types of jobs and responsibilities for our folks. And it's not just for hazardous pay, it's not just for our first responders, it's also our operations, right? So all the positions in GIAA, our consultant, our pay consultant, factors all those types of responsibilities in it. And that's why you see, if you were to look at the pay of an airport police officer versus the pay of a customs officer, we're slightly higher because those kind of responsibilities are factored in. If we were to go in and also go in and add in hazardous pay to what there is now, then we probably have to look at when they're exposed to those hazards, that we can look at that pay going up and down based on their exposure. But I would say that when the contractor that does our pay, our consultant does our pay, a lot of those are factored in when they're given the types of pay that we get from him.
So when do they expect to see that then?
So they're under the CTP program now.
Okay, so when time frame? When are we looking at?
They've already started their CTP. However, we are already in that process where it's done every 3 years. So the consultant's going to come back in and do another study, and hopefully that it'll be also factored in.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's 2026. So which of the 3 years? Are next year, 2 years?
I think we just got.
First of all, I want to thank you for all of your testimony here today. The committee has received.
So it's we're going back and forth now because of course we got to pay for his services.
Right, and if you're doing all this training, you're trying to get them up to these certifications. So I just want to make sure that it's going at the same pace.
Yes, sir. And you see how the airport, we've got to go through this recertification every year. Unlike other law enforcement entities, they don't go through that. We do it every year, and we're tested and we're inspected on. Those are factored into the pay that they're receiving today.
Okay, then my final question, speaking of ARF, so if the roll-up doors are busted, how do they get recertified every year if they haven't been able to fix it since?
Well, definitely that's one of the issues that and FAA does know about the roll-up doors. One of the places, when we say things need to be tested, like the roll-up doors, when they told us that the roll-up doors got to withstand 250 mile-per-hour winds, I don't know where they tested those doors, but it definitely was not on Guam. And so, yes, we are addressing the roll-up doors. It's on our radar. FAA does know about it, and we are constantly trying to get our contractors to address that.
Again, and if they're busted and they're not moving, I mean, how do you guys get recertified if they're broken? Help me understand. Frank, please.
They remain up, sir.
So they remain up, and so we just...
They're able to respond. By being up, they're able to respond. However, we are addressing that those roll-up doors will be replaced and repaired.
Oh, no, and that's why I was saying I was appreciative of the presentation by Frank. Anything else want to add on that, Frank?
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that the doors can withstand the winds. It's the pressure from within that has caused it to shake, and that's what damaged the doors.
Okay, and with that said,
we're having designers figure out, because we actually changed the door once because it required windows to be installed. If you put windows, then that's a weak point, right? So we use an ARF officer upstairs that would determine that the coast is clear before the door. They rapidly exit. So we're looking at seeing how we can address the pressure issue.
And then finally, on all of the work, I'm hoping that the airport would always utilize or consider utilizing its warranties. I know that we buy a lot of equipment at the airport, and a lot of it is under warranty. And I don't mean the construction part of it, but over time on performance, I'm hoping that you guys take advantage of those. And because those are costs that are already paid. And when they say my window, my door, my floor has a 5, 10, 15, 20-year warranty, that you're exercising those, because those are very valuable tools too.
Correct. And although certain things have been deferred over time, which we have now correcting, but a lot of the building and equipment are 30 years old already. So I think we've already surpassed their age limit.
Oh, I know. Buildings are okay, but it's some of the other parts and smarts, right?
Absolutely.
Because some of them, the manufacturer's warranties, they're very aggressive. They want you to buy their product. And then when you exercise a warranty, they scratch their head saying, well, I don't know. So I'm hoping that you'll be a little bit more firm with some of these manufacturers.
Yes, it's one of the issues we're dealing with.
All right, thank you, Frank. Thank you.
Also, just to add on to that, Senator, we're not only concerned about the warranty, but after the warranty, the maintenance, the preventive maintenance that goes on to these equipment and the facilities
Right,
too.
right. Because then over time, you're just going to, either you might have to replace, and then that list gets longer that Frank has.
That's right.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Airport, and thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gumatao. Now, Senator San Augustine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank the panel for being here. Thank you for expressing your needs. And I'm more happier that Lester was able to bring up that there's a bill coming forward, basically to help the airport, and I'm going to support that. But my concern actually is for Daphne. Page 23, you identified possible passenger fee increase from 34 to 8 to 64 to 68. Is that going to be still considered if you get the funding from the legislature?
No, sir. So the idea is that we'll, of course, what we are asking will address that issue so that there's no need for a rate adjustment for the airlines.
Now, if that was to happen, what would that cost come up to?
As I mentioned, if we're not able to, recover or to get the level of revenues that we need, that in the last couple of months, if we're going to try to recover those revenues from our airline partners, it will move the CPE from $34.99, which is what it was budgeted for, what we actually have based our airline rates and charges on. It will go from $34.99 to about $68 CPE per, so that's cost per in-plane pax for the last 2 months of the fiscal year. That's our estimate at this time.
But what would it cost throughout the year?
So if we were...
And the only reason I'm asking that because GVB gives incentive, you reduce the price of a ticket.
Right.
Maybe shift and don't raise the rates. I mean, I'm just trying to juggle the money.
Right.
So what would the cost be?
So do you mean if we were to begin that, if we were to have the rate at where we would need it to be to cover the whole year?
Yeah.
So if we were going to cover the whole year or had the entire year to recover, we still expect about a 23% increase in our rates and charges. So it would go from $34.99 to about $43. Still a significant increase. So not double, but still, a quarter of what they're, an additional 23% on top of what's already being charged if we were able to recover it over the whole year.
I still need to get the number. If you were to go from 34 to 68 for the year, how much money would you generate? That's all. I just need to know that number.
So we're trying.
$2 million, $3 million.
We're trying. Our estimated revenue shortfall. And excuse me, I'm so sorry, I missed that, Senator San Augustine. The revenue shortfall that we're trying to recover is about $10.5 million, at least $10.5 million. But again, that's an estimate based on where we think we're going to fall, and that could change.
So you're saying if you raise the passenger rate from 34 to 68, you generate $10 million?
For the last 2 months of the fiscal year only, if we're going to make an adjustment. So that's going to almost double the rates and charges that the airlines are currently paying.
Okay.
That's what we estimate.
All right. On the next question, I think is for Frank. GPA, I think, or you, Daphne, mentioned about the solar panels, and you were concerned about GPA having a response to you guys putting solar. I mean, I'm looking at you guys paying GPA for the power when you can generate your own power. You got enough roofs up there.
That's correct, sir. I believe there's GPA does have a rule with respect to.
Everybody's got a rule.
Yeah, absolutely.
I need you to save money, not ask the legislature to give you money. Save money.
I think I mentioned that with respect to if we did go with a full 100% renewable energy at the airport, which is in the neighborhood of 31 megawatts, which is significant, then that would require a what they call a system impact study.
Okay.
But the one that we're doing for the roof, which is about 1.8 megawatts, will not require, there will be no impact because the airport, when GPA needs it, we revert to our generator power to help GPA with their additional loads.
Okay, how much do you pay a year? Daphne can answer that. How much do you pay a year to GPA for power?
I believe we pay each month somewhere between it could be range between $500,000 to $700,000 a month in terms of our power. So in a year, 5 times 12,
Or 6 million?
Right. So that's, and 500,000 actually may be a little bit low, so it's going to be more than that.
Okay, and if you use the solar panel you're looking at, how much money would you save? If you get that 1.8
megawatts?
Yeah.
We have not computed that yet, sir.
I put for both.
We'll compute it for you.
But it will, Senator, we will drastically reduce our power that we have to pay to GPA.
You know what I'm getting at,
Yes,
right?
yes, sir.
If you can put more than, go to the limit. Put as many as you can, get GPA to agree, save some money.
And then we can transfer that money over to our O&M.
Wherever it goes to the airport, Hamzulamun, you guys figure it out. And that's all I'm saying is you guys save money. I think it was brought up, federal grants, 10% local, 90% is federal. What does the 10% equate to of all the grants?
With regards to our federal grants,
Well, we're 31 million this year, fiscal year 26. So 90-10 is about 2-point-something million. But if we include the FY25, which is about 31 million, so that's where we calculated about 5 million is needed in sponsor share. We also worked out an arrangement because of our issues with cash flow, where the airport, the FAA pays all billings in the front end, and then the last 10% would be the airport to pay. So that helps with our cash flow, as opposed to a 90-10 every month.
Okay, so you estimated about $5 million
Yes, sir.
payout to cover 2 years, 25 and 26, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, but for next year, what are you looking at? Because, you know, everything is moving forward. And I know you're just trying to catch up, but so what are we looking at now for 27?
For 27, which, you know, we're going to be...
Another 31?
Well, hopefully more, but
Actually,
anyway.
it's going to be more than that.
Yeah.
Okay, and the airport can cover that.
That's
without any legislative help.
That is yes, where we will be able to cover that with if everything goes well.
Yeah, I'm always going to look positive because you can't get any lower than where you're at now, right now. Everything's got to climb. Okay, and the request is going to be 17 million. I think that was brought up earlier, right? That you're going to need in this budget that's inclusive of the 9.3, correct? Or no?
yes, we're asking for 17 million, but as we, yes, we're asking for $17 million.
That's correct, 17 million. But you know what? I know Lester's still here, but that 9.3 was a separate. That's a debt that has already been incurred.
Okay.
So the 17 million is what. But if we're able to
if you can get the 17, you'd be happy in addition to the 9,
sir.
right?
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Thank you very much. You all have a nice day. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Vice Speaker Eda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the panel for being here this morning. Of the 17, what's the breakdown on that 17 million of the ask?
So, of course, there's many ways to look at it, but again, what we were asking for is money so that we can cover our revenue shortfall. We're projecting that to be a minimum of $10.5 million. But we do, again, that depends upon really where we fall with regards to employments. And then, of course, the difference is going to be able to help us to cover our FAA, our FAA share, the local share of our FAA projects. That's really what we're hoping to be able to cover.
Okay, so the 10.5 million, do you have a breakdown of that?
We can share with you our projections, okay. Vice Speaker Eda.
All right, and then the 9 million, that's for the fuel, right? That was already calculated as revenue. And how many years does that go back?
To 2018.
2018?
Yes.
And how is it that we waited until 2026 to address this issue? And
I think, Senator, since 2018, we've been put on notice, and we were going back and forth, and as far as FAA and the airport. I think it wasn't until 2023 is when FAA really came down with the compliance letter saying, hey, this is a must pay that the government has to own up to. And so the governor at that time made that commitment that we will pay that arrears from 2018 to 2023. 2023, October, I think, is when we started, where the difference was already went straight to the airport. And so from 2018 to 2023 is when when we captured the debt.
I see. And then we didn't want to make any type of payment from 2023 to 2026, and
well, we've been asking to see how we can make that payment, and we had to make sure that we had we had to get it appropriated from the
board.
Not from the board, but from, of course, the legislature, because that money was already taken out and put into the general fund. And so that's why that debt was incurred, because it was taken straight and not given to the airport.
Okay. And from 2023 to 2026, have you ever made that request to the legislature to pay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine. And then of this 10 million, is any of that for vendor payables? Are you guys up to date with your vendors?
We are up to date with our vendors, sir.
Oh, it's good to hear. Okay. Mr. Santos, just a couple of questions on your projects that are going on there. I noticed that the flooring in the arrival areas or the baggage claim areas prior to customs is that almost completed, or?
It's almost completed, sir. They're doing inspections, and there are some punch list work that needs to be done to make sure that the entire area is compatible and similar to each other.
All right. Good. Okay, and then do we have anything for the customs area there? Because I noticed everything else seems to have been upgraded, but we still seem to have that same customs area type of setup.
Well, if you see the floor in customs has been the floor has been done, the terrazzo, but you're talking about the customs inspection area.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there is a plan right now. We're working with customs, because that's going to be renovated, and to also move their administrative offices down to the airport. That way, there's a savings from moving them from the cargo facility over to the airport, which they're already paying rent. So that will alleviate that and hopefully be done within the next year or so.
So you guys already renegotiated or negotiated their contract and lease agreements with the airport? With
well, we consistently, or we still have the same lease agreements, right. Okay. But we are in the process of renovating and getting their office space redone.
Okay, thank you. And then the other projects within the airport, because I noticed a walk-later up in the arrivals area is not working, and then a couple of the walk-laters in the departures are not working as well. Any plans to upgrade or replace
Yes, sir.
them?
We've included that. That's what we call the conveyance systems. Mm-hmm. And the FAA is providing us several $1 million to replace or upgrade. Some of them, $5 million is not enough for the entire facility. So we're prioritizing the needs and where it's needed to handle primarily passenger flow.
I see. Okay, and then also I noticed you had these electric vehicles, the zero emissions vehicles,
yes,
right?
Sir.
And I noticed the price is almost like $700,000. What kind of vehicles are we looking at?
I know there's 3 that's dedicated to law enforcement and 2 sedans. Then the additional 3, there's 3
charging stations. Yeah. So what is the cost of each of the electric vehicles? What are we looking at?
I believe it's in the neighborhood of $70,000 per
vehicle.
Yeah. Now this is 2 years. The bid was 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. We initially bid it out, and we had 0 respondents. Then we tried to work a program with federal GSA to use their procurement act process. But when the the administration changed for the president, federal GSA was out of the picture, so we went back and tried to change our specifications to make it match and included 3 years of eligibility. In other words, we would accept 24, 25, 26 vehicles because there may be some that just being parked, and we're willing to get it, so we were able to get one bidder or two bidders for the vehicles and one bidder for the charging stations.
Is that local vendors?
Yes, sir.
That's great to hear. You know, I'd really like to see our local vendors get, you know, priority over off-island vendors. I'm not trying to say that, you know, off-island is not great, but, you know, we need to try and generate that revenue within our local economy and keep it here.
Yes, sir.
The other issue question I had was on the, I understand there's going to be an expansion or road work up at the airport, right?
That's a public works project, and yes, Senator, the airport just authorized a perpetual easement to DPW for the expansion of Route 10A from Marine Corps Drive intersection all the way up to the departure roadway intersection, and that's called Phase 1. It is a public works project under federal highway, and we understand that they already received the funding for it. Phase 2.
Does that include also sidewalks?
Yes, sir.
I was ready to ping into that. Yes, Senator, sidewalks was a priority into that.
All right, it's great to hear. And then also up in the departure areas, right? Are you already working on restriping, restriping of the roadway up in that area and fixing the roadway down by the intersection?
Yes, Senator, that is a DPW function, but we have been working with them on that. At times, we send out our own folks to go and stripe that. But here on Guam, you know, paint striping, they don't last long at all, so they fade out. But we do at times where we request DPW to do the striping. If available, we would do the striping ourselves.
I see. Okay. Well, that's great to hear. I'm glad that, you know, we see projects moving along with the airport, right? I mean, that's the first thing that any visitor or even any resident sees that when they first come in. And I heard that you changed your vendors for your maintenance vendors from three vendors to one.
Right.
And when was that change made?
I think that was done in February of this year. So about February of this year when we did the changeover. And now it's one single vendor, so it's very consistent in the standards that we have throughout the airport.
Yeah, because I noticed that, you know, a lot of the times when on the arrival side, you know, you see a lot of little dust balls, right,
Right.
on the arrival areas. So hopefully that your vendors pick those up and, you know, keep our airport clean and tidy for the residents that are returning and the visitors that are coming to see us.
That's correct, sir.
Yeah. So if we can just get down that breakdown of the 10.5, all right, and then other than that, thank you for your time here and truly appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Speaker. Senator Paris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to everyone. Thank you for the presentation today. Yeah, a lot of the good questions are asked. I just have a couple ones regarding, so I'm looking, I think page 23 is the really critical page because we want to make sure that the airport is viable financially. I think that's really critical. And it seems to me that, you know, according to your testimony that you've done, it seems like you maximized a lot of these things: cost containment, refinance debt, pursuing, well, let's talk about pursuing FAA grants. Have you pretty much maximized that effort, or do you see other opportunities there?
I would say, Senator, that we're very, very aggressive in getting FAA grants. Frank Santos has been very successful, even in looking forward in as far as capturing grants that could be given to us. So we're very, very fortunate to have the grants that we're getting, plus additional. Like, for example, on one of the grants where we were supposed to only get 3 loading bridges, and instead of getting 3, now we're getting 5, and that's being aggressive in trying to get grants for us. So definitely we are very active in making sure that we take advantage of any grants that's out there that can be given to the airport.
Okay, thank you for that response. So I'm looking at also the, first of all, let me just go to maximizing non-aeronautical revenue. You said you had 21 interested but possible vendors.
There's 26 vendors. So 26 vendors that are interested in land lease that's up at the airport. So since we did our policies and procedures that the board has approved, we've got interests in making sure that people are coming in to hopefully take advantage of the land that we have. We do have interest already in folks wanting to build hangars. So that's a good possibility coming in, and other things that are going on at this time.
Yeah, so I was thinking if, possibly there could be potential collaboration between the government. Already you have customs and quarantine utilizing some of your facilities, but perhaps there could be other opportunities within the government too as well. Are there any restrictions to leasing, like what type of activities that are allowable or not allowed?
Well, the priority, of course, is to lease to aeronautical operations and stuff. And then non-aeronautical that comes in, I don't know about the type of restrictions. What we have so far, I don't see any issues as far as any of those vendors that are asking to lease at the property that they'll be restricted from doing so.
If I may, I believe maybe one restriction which was added into the law was regarding gambling. I believe that was the one item which was specifically called out that is not allowed.
Okay, thanks. And then the appropriation. So I guess we're coming down to the appropriations because it seems like you maximized at this time all of your cost containment. You're hanging on for the tourism recovery. I think that's what we really need is more of that revenue. The operating revenue is needed. What's the amount that we are receiving for operating revenue?
With regards to our operating revenues, we, hold on just a second. How much did we project we would receive in FY 2026?
That and also 2025. What do we have on the books as far as operating revenue?
In terms of our operating revenues, hold on just one second. For FY 25, our total revenues in FY 2025, total revenues including federal grants, which are not part of operations, that was in over 90 million. That was our total revenues. In terms of our actual just regular operating revenues, hold on just a second, I'll pull that out. Our total operating revenues were 61 million for FY 2025, 62 million for FY 2024, and they were about 47 million in FY 2023.
Okay. And that for 2026, we're projected to status quo, get status quo amount?
So for FY 2026, yes, we're actually expected to be at about status quo because we're expected to see about the same level of employments for FY 2026, ma'am.
Okay, and so in that case, would appropriations be needed if we remain at those levels? Would you need continual appropriations for every? What is the point where there is no need for the appropriations?
Do you mean beyond this fiscal year, just to clarify?
Yeah, so I mean, if I heard correctly, the debt ratio for May fell below the required amount, and
right.
Which is what triggered, I think, possibly part of this appropriation ask. Is that correct?
So we are coming to the body because we started to see really the deterioration of our passenger and airline traffic, especially as we started this early this calendar year in the second quarter of this fiscal year. And we continue to see that trend to be really, again, what we expect to happen over the rest of the fiscal year. I'm sorry, Senator.
Yeah, so I guess you did a breakdown, the shortfall, right? So
yes.
For the 17.3 million, it was 10.5 budget shortfall, 7.3 for the the FAA local match. Is that correct?
So we have a estimated shortfall in revenues for this fiscal year alone for FY 2026 of about 10.5 or over $10 million. That's the estimated shortfall.
Okay.
And then we do, of course, as Mr. Santos mentioned, he shared the information on our share of the FAA funded grants.
Okay, so the only way to not get appropriations is to either increase, or we can increase the operating or non-operating revenues, because it seems like you already kind of did all the cost containment.
Right,
possible,
we really
right?
have, and just to share, even when we started FY 2026, within our FY 2026 budget already, we built in already some level of cost containment. So when we're coming in below that level, that means that we're really maximizing the amount of cost containment that we could be doing.
Correct, okay, thank you for that. In regards to the power, I really like the idea, the direction that the airport's heading in regarding renewable energy. There's also another part that I hope you can include, which is the Guam Tropical Energy Code. So that basically is a way of insulating the buildings to ensure that there's less of power usage. And it's already in our building code. It can reduce the power consumption by 50% or more. And so that would help to right-size the amount of solar panels that you need to purchase. And so that in itself I don't think it requires GPA to, no. Actually, they would support this. And has the airport really looked into insulation, such as cool roofs, weather stripping, making sure there's less leakage of air-conditioned air leaving, or reducing the amount of heat being absorbed by the building. So these are things that already exist in our law. In fact, I passed that bill. So I'm hoping that you guys can utilize this. It doesn't require that. It's actually much more cost effective, considering you're reducing your costs of electricity, and the amount that you're putting in is not as great as the solar panels themselves.
So, ma'am, when we, as far as the insulation, when we built the international arrival corridors, those were all factored in. And then all our lights that are at the airport, we're constantly changing, and we changed most of them from fluorescent and halogen to LED. So we're doing our part in making sure that we reduce the amount of wattage that we get from our sources.
Okay, thank you for that. In regards to the appropriation, so what is the impact if this appropriation is not made to the airport?
And so with regards to the impact, of course, that would mean that we would, without any appropriation, without increasing our rates and charges, that would mean that we wouldn't be able to meet our debt service coverage ratio. And so we would not be in compliance with our bond covenants.
Okay. Okay, I think those are oh wait, maybe there's a couple. In the audit, actually, I go back to the audit. It did highlight two areas that needed addressing. One was the accounting. So according to the schedule of expenditures of federal awards, there was a mix-up in regards to reporting expenditures between the years of 2025 and 2024. And it states in the audit that this was due to cash basis accounting when preparing the schedule of expenditures of federal awards. And Ernst & Young recommended that the airport ensures compliance with accounting policy in preparing these documents. So what has been your response to this?
Thank you, Senator. So with regards to that particular item, if I recall correctly, what it is really a timing issue. And so ultimately, you'll notice that even though there may be some things that were called out in the audit, ultimately there was no question cost. And the reason is because really at the end of it all, it was really timing. And so some revenues may have been recorded in a period, an earlier period or a different period than they should have. But again, and there was not a matching between those revenues and I think the corresponding one were the payable. But ultimately, those all kind of correct themselves. And so that's really what happened with regards to that particular item.
Sorry, can I ask maybe two more?
Sure.
Thank you. So it states that it's necessary for the airport to formalize steps and internal controls to ensure completeness and accuracy, in addition to timeliness of the reporting. So these were some of the deficiencies that were found. And so does the airport have you formalized these internal controls to ensure that this is
Absolutely.
addressed?
As we work to prepare or finalize the audit, we did actually already, the manager actually had issued a memo regarding that matter. So yes, we have actually formalized our plan to make sure we address these matters.
Can you provide that to the committee?
Sure.
Or to me too, especially?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Paris. Before you dismiss GIA, sir, can I kindly ask you that between yourself and the governor, work closely with the speaker and OFB chair to wouldn't want to interfere with the legislative budget timeline. So can you work closely with them for that standalone bill?
Yes, sir.
Sent to us? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. That being said, airport, thank you very much. You guys are dismissed at this point. We just switch seats with the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Thank you, Senators.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, 2-minute recess and switch over, please. Let me go take a leak.
The legislature is called back to order. At this time, I recognize General Manager Regine Biscoli to proceed with her opening statement, and I understand you have a presentation. Yeah, that's right. Ed? My bad. I thought did you do it from the beginning? Okay, they did it from the, yeah. I'll remind you, yeah, thank you, Ed. They're already sworn in? Oh, just, yeah. Okay, reminder, everybody is sworn in on this panel, so Senator Lee, you can proceed.
Yes, thank you very much. Hafaday, Mr. Chairman and Senators of Imina Trentayotsu na Las Veteran Guahan, Guahu si Regine Biscoli, President and CEO of the Guam Visitors Bureau. Sizuus Ma'asi for the opportunity to appear before you today. The Guam Visitors Bureau welcomes oversight. Tourism is one of Guam's largest industries, and with that comes responsibility. Comes a responsibility to demonstrate that every public dollar is managed responsibly, invested strategically, and accounted for transparently. That commitment to accountability is reflected not only in our actions, but in independent review. Earlier this month, GVB received an unmodified or clean audit opinion from Ernst & Young. The auditors found no material weaknesses in our internal controls over financial reporting, issued no management letter, and reported no significant matters requiring communication to our board. That does not mean that there isn't room to improve. It does mean that an independent examination concluded that GVB's financial stewardship meets the standard expected of a public institution. We approach today's hearing in that same spirit. The committee requested information on our budget, visitor arrivals, forecasts, airline partnerships, marketing, staffing, personnel policies, and pending legal matters. We have produced those materials and welcome the opportunity to explain not only what we have done and what we are doing differently, but why we have done it. Mr. Chair, before discussing those individual items, we believe it is important to understand one fundamental reality about tourism. Tourism cannot exist without transportation. A retailer can advertise to local customers, a restaurant can open its doors and serve the community. Tourism is different. Before a visitor can reserve a hotel room or eat in one of our restaurants, shop at one of our businesses, or visit one of our attractions, an airline must first decide to place an aircraft and its seats into the Guam market. Without that seat, there is no visitor. And that is why destinations throughout the world compete aggressively for air service. Airlines have a finite number of aircraft and can deploy them wherever they believe demand and profitability are strongest. Guam is not competing against itself. We compete every day against destinations throughout Asia and the Pacific that are making similar investments to attract routes and expand service. Senators, our air service programs are designed with that reality in mind. They are not payments to persuade someone to take a vacation. They are strategic investments that reduce the financial risk of launching or maintaining routes while demand continues to recover. Once those seats are available, our marketing campaigns compete to fill them. If the seats disappear, no amount of advertising can bring visitors to Guam. Simply put, protecting air service protects jobs. That philosophy is reflected throughout our work. The budget before you demonstrates disciplined management of public resources. Our visitor arrival reports show where recovery is occurring, where challenges remain, and how our strategy is adapting. Our forecasts are planning tools that help us allocate resources responsibly, not guarantees immune from global economic conditions, exchange rates, fuel prices, or airline scheduling decisions. Our marketing investments are performance-driven. We continually evaluate our campaign effectiveness, adjust investments based on measurable results, and focus our resources where they will have the greatest return for Guam's economy. Our destination development programs recognize that attracting visitors is only part of our responsibility. Visitors must also have a positive experience once they arrive, and that means investing in visitor safety, sports tourism, cultural experiences, destination management, research, and partnerships that strengthens Guam's reputation as a world-class destination. With respect to personnel matters, GVB is committed to maintaining a workplace governed by established personnel rules, merit principles, and equal employment opportunities. Equal employment opportunity policies. We investigate concerns through appropriate processes and are committed to fairness, professionalism, and respect for everyone. However, because employment-related litigation is currently pending, and on the advice of legal counsel, we will not comment on specific personnel matters, pending claims, or issues that are properly before the courts. We hope the committee understands that this position protects both the legal process and the rights of everyone involved. Mr. Chairman, tourism remains Guam's largest private sector economic driver. Every visitor supports workers, businesses, tax revenues, and countless families throughout our island. Our responsibility is to protect that industry with sound financial stewardship, data-driven decision-making, and long-term strategic planning. That is the work we are doing. I believe our chairman sent a message yesterday conveying his regrets that he's unable to attend today's hearing, and I am joined today by GVB Director Cliff Guzman, Vice President Frank Areola, our Destination Director Ina Carrillo, Acting Global Marketing Director Regina Nedlick, Korea Marketing Officer Margaret Sablan, and our team. Mr. Chair, I also want to acknowledge our GSYEP interns, Leland De Vera, Ava Sablan, Lyric Espangal, Maya Cruz, Ari Bamba, and Michelle Camacho, who are here today. We appreciate the committee's oversight. We welcome your questions, and we look forward to a positive discussion. Mr. Chair, we submitted slides. If we can move to the first slide. First on the agenda is FY26 budget to actual. Thank you. Mr. Chair, in terms of marketing, our top source markets remain Korea and Japan. We also have offices in Manila and Taipei to promote marketing support for the Philippines and Taiwan. Primary expenses include monthly marketing fees, marketing expenses that cover events, promotions, advertising, in-country management, social media promotions, industry co-ops, and other marketing expenses. We also wanted to go over the admin and ARP budget. The GVB admin initial budget of $7.589 million to cover core salaries, retirement contributions, and general administrative costs. In December 2025, GVB received approval to redirect $5 million in remaining ARP funds to cover eligible payroll costs, including salaries, mandated retirement, and standard employee benefits. Shifting payroll to ARP funds provided $5 million in additional operational funding. These funds have been committed to critical projects, including initiatives currently moving through the procurement process. Other balances identified as committed funds include projects undergoing the procurement process as well. In terms of our research budget, contractual costs comprise 95% of total research budget, which include exit surveys and our economic impact report. In terms of destination management, notable committed projects include the Tumon and island-wide restroom restoration, EPAL amphitheater and bollards, mural projects, tree planting, and Department of Agriculture collaborations. In terms of sports and events, the Tumon Night Market expenses are shown here as of May 2026, as well as sponsorship funds dispersed to the Marianas Open as of May 2026. Next slide. As I mentioned in my opening, Mr. Chair, GVB received an unmodified or clean opinion for its fiscal year 2025 financial audit. The audit report found 0 audit findings and no material weaknesses. This timely audit completion marks more than 10 consecutive years of clean audits for the Bureau, underscoring its commitment to responsible stewardship of public funds. And Mr. Chair, at this point, we'd really like to thank our Board of Directors and every member of our team for helping us to achieve this result. Additionally, the audit report was completed and submitted well within the required statutory deadlines, ensuring that its management, board, and those charged with governance are equipped with the financial data necessary to formulate strategic plans. And we thank the Office of Public Accountability for its very thorough report. Next slide. And I'll turn over the visitor arrivals by source market and updated forecast to Vice President Arreola.
Alfred, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and distinguished senators. I'm going to go over the visitor arrivals fiscal year 2026 forecasts. Comparing Guam's actual monthly visitor arrivals against our fiscal year 2026 forecast scenarios, we've seen Guam hovering between conservative and moderate projections, with the exception of April and May. Also had an outlier in December where we saw the arrivals between moderate and optimistic. Next slide. So far this fiscal year 2026, Guam welcomes about 511,000 visitors, representing a growth of 9.6 year over year, despite the recent monthly volatility that we've been seeing caused by Super Typhoon Sinlaku, fuel surcharges, reductions in seat capacity. Guam's overall trajectory remains positive, and we look forward to welcoming more visitors in the coming summer peak season. We're continuing to do all that we can to ensure that this peak season is peak.
Next slide. Mr. Chair, I just want to draw your attention to the economic impact report. We provided this information at for the CSE earlier, at the SES meeting earlier, I think a few weeks ago. But this analysis is completed by Tourism Economics, which is an Oxford economics group. The Tourism Satellite Account is one of GVB's flagship research products and serves as an important tool for measuring the economic value of tourism. This report helps to inform policy decisions, strategic planning, budget advocacy, and industry decision-making, while demonstrating the return on investment generated by the visitor industry. The 2025 TSA was developed using multiple data sources, including visitor arrivals and expenditures data collected by GVB, economic and industry statistics from the government of Guam and U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis, employment and wage data from Guam Department of Labor, price data from Bureau of Statistics and Plans, Consumer Price Index, tax and government revenue information from DOA and BBMR, input-output economic modeling conducted by tourism economics, and a number of other sources. Mr. Chair and committee members, together these sources provide a comprehensive assessment of the direct, indirect, and induced impacts generated by visitor activity throughout Guam's economy. And so just for your reference, in calendar year 2024, direct visitor spending was at 1.1 billion. As we see here in 25, it's up 1.2 billion. In 2024, we were at 1.4 billion in total economic impact. We're up to 1.6 billion in 2025. In 2024, we were at 14,400 total jobs supported by the industry, and we are up 15,100 jobs. Additionally, in 2024, for the fiscal year, GBB's budget was 23.4 million. The local Guam taxes contributed by the visitor industry was 151 million. For fiscal year 2025, the GBB budget was 29.2 million. And as you can see here, for calendar year 2025, that return was 163 million in local Guam taxes. Next slide. This slide just demonstrates 1 in 5 jobs is tourism related on our island. Next slide. We also wanted to note that without the tourism industry, each household in Guam would have to pay $3,700 more in taxes annually. Our agency really helps to drive this economic impact along with our partners at the airport, GITA, and across the government of Guam. Without tourism, the 15,100 jobs that we're discussing would not be possible. Next slide. We'll go into marketing, airline incentives, and current campaigns. Next slide. So this represents the unaudited fiscal year to date as of June 24th, 2026. This is the Airline Incentive Fund as well as our ARP monies. We've received approximately 9 million of the 10 million in airline incentive funds. We addressed our membership in March of this year to let them know that we saw some bumps in the road ahead with regard to weak yen and won, as well as the Iran conflict and its impacts on global fuel supply. And you've heard that from our partners at the airport as well. We have been able to work with our marketing chairs, our board, and industry partners to help develop our fuel surcharge programs across our markets and deploy them strategically. You will see a balance in Korea and the Philippines. This is due to some flight suspensions, and we are in communications with Philippine Airlines trying to identify a date to possibly resume service out of Cebu. We also remain in communication with Korean Air Group, and we have some funds set aside for that potential. Should that not materialize, we also have other suggested programs in the Korea and Philippines, as well as other markets that we can direct those funds to. In December of last year, we received clarification that we were able to use ARP to cover some of our payroll obligations, and so you will see that demonstrated here. We'll go into detail to share markets, to share updates by market. Next slide. This is from Korea, Airline Subsidy Support Program. And Mr. Chairman, our total expected results were a target of 515,272 seats out of Korea. We have a budget from the 10 million in incentive funds dedicated to Korea of 33.7 million. And we've been working with partners Korean Air, Jin Air, Air Seoul, Air Busan, T-Way, Jeju to secure sufficient air supply for FY 2026, and we provide tier-based subsidies. Next slide. We also were able to cover about 20% of an incentive to eligible carriers to make good on the airport facility fee. So the airport pledged a 30% discount on landing fees, and we came in with an additional 20% incentive to validate. And then we're working with the airport to validate dates of operations and these passenger numbers to be sure that this fee is paid out. Again, the partners here are Korean Air and Jin Air. Next slide. For Korea, the Guam Fare Advantage Program, or our airline fuel surcharge support, includes a co-op with airlines, travel agents, and credit card partners. This really represents a strategy that targets multiple audiences via a variety of channels, and we've leveraged our resources, which have proven results from past programs with demonstrated ROI, like Kids Fly Free, which targets the family segment, and influencer flash sales, which targets FIT market segment. And again, we work with our partners, Korean Air, Jin Air, Air Seoul, Air Busan, as well as a number of different travel partners, Hana, Mode, Yellow Balloon, Very Good Travel, Knoll Universe, My Real Trip, Tide Square, as well as credit card partners, KB Cookman Card, and Visa. Next slide. The following few slides are best practices. These are kind of our top marketing campaigns fiscal year to date. And so we've had a tremendous success. We targeted about 5,000 packs for our families with kids. That was our target, and our results include a total of 11,466 packs, and you can see them broken down by different travel agents. So this was for November and December of 2025. We were able to partner with highly efficient channels to promote this Kids Fly Free campaign and other promo packages, really leveraging competitive group airfares through hotel rates. And so this is why you can see such a stark difference in what we were able to do in December. A lot of really great momentum there, and we're glad that it's helping to push us through the remainder of the fiscal year. Next slide. In terms of the FIT market, we use influencer flash sales, and our expected results were about 7 broadcasts between October and November, and we have a total of 5,192 packs. So, Mr. Chair, just to kind of break this down, these are co-ops with influencers that we used in December. We allocated a budget of about $30,000, and when you do the math and divide that by 5,192, we're spending about $5.77 per pack. So that's really outstanding return on investment here. We're able to deploy this in Korea. This is part of what we're doing differently. This is what we deployed in Korea, and we will be deploying again in Q3 and Q4. And so we're working on new developments, such as partnership with Jeju Olay to further develop our tourism landscape, our product, boost ecotourism, and entice return visits. But these influencer flash sales are a really great way for us to push marketing and advertising, really demonstrate the experience on the ground, and give people a quick burst opportunity to take advantage of discounts for either airfare or packages. And this has been one of our most successful continuing campaigns. Next slide. In terms of Japan, air service development, we have not seen a fuel surcharge program, so we've pushed out only trade-related programs aligned with supporting charters. So we supported T-Way with 12,972 passengers as of June. And again, our goal is 31,000 seats. And we're continuing to work with partners like HIS and JTB for additional arrivals. And these are our charter incentives with our airline and tour agent partners that continue through September of 2026. Next slide. Mr. Chair, in response to weakened Japanese yen and the cost of travel to Guam, we continued our Go Go Guam Half a Day campaign. It's a part of a two-part program that was started in 2024. So Guam Pay is a $30 digital coupon. It's distributed by travel agents, so we're again, working in partnership with about 15 different travel agents, and the Half a Day campaign, which is an online offer from GVB members. So we're able to provide super bonus or double pay, which is an enhanced program for Q4, and distribute about $60 in digital coupons that are redeemable on Guam, in addition to GVB offers from 28 participating companies. And I just underscore this because we're responding to high prices, but we're also working in collaboration with all of our partners and our industry partners to make sure that it's not just GVB out on a limb on its own. We're really listening to the industry. We're trying to do what we can to come together, bring our partners together to solve many of these problems and address these challenges. Next slide. The 55th anniversary of Japan Airlines also was a promotion with JAL support. We did some co-op ads, things on SNS. We had selective campaigns. And I also just got a message earlier this morning that in terms of JATA, which is one of the largest trade shows that happen throughout Japan, this year it will be in Tokyo. We just got a message earlier this morning that JAL has some things that they are going to be pushing out in terms of the Japan market for this September. And so it's not on the slide, but I'll pull it up and I'll share it with you in a bit. Next slide. In terms of combined programs, we have 6 different programs we wanted to share with you quickly here. These 6 targeted combined programs are really to drive arrivals. We're working again with airlines and travel agent co-ops. We have a digital golf familiarization, education group travel tours that equate to about 3,500 packs in Q1 and Q2. We have special interest travel, which includes the Cocoa Road Race, online travel agency advertising, that's OTA, and influencer activations. And so consolidated delivery is roughly about 4,600 passengers, and we're pushing for a goal of 20,000 packs for this program. So some upcoming programs that are mentioned here is the Guam Photo Campaign, which actually launches tomorrow, a youth program, and an SNS campaign, which ties in for JATA and the Chamorro Dance Academy 2.0. Next slide. Some marketing programs. We wanted to share with you January digital and out-of-home programs that are executed in Metro Tokyo, around Tokyo Disney Resort, Universal Studios Japan, extending into Osaka, Okinawa, Hokkaido, as well as a podcast tie-in. So some of these, we're really trying to push out to and attract information and eyeballs through taxi ads, the Hokkaido, Osaka, Okinawa airports, the Osaka Metro window poster, all of which have high impact visibility. The estimated media reach is between 10 to 12 million viewers in Japan. Next slide. Wanted to mention the Yonino channel. We work very closely with this YouTube influencer and J-pop talent with a 4.94 million subscriber fan base. And we've worked with him to assist in a 6-part Guam travel series that has reached 14.66 million views as of June 19th. Merchandise featured has been sold out and highly frequented many of the restaurants that he has featured on his channel. So Yonino Channel and TV Tokyo and the Koyaki Visit are all part of branding Guam via highly influential Japanese celebrities, YouTubers, and TV companies to increase awareness in Japan. Mr. Chair, in terms of what we're doing differently, TV Tokyo Season 2 just completed filming here on Guam, and it's to be aired in October. They launched a special edition Episode 0 on June 24th, and that actually had about 200,000 subscribers logging in to get a special code to watch this kind of premiere for Episode 0. Our first season of TV Tokyo that we did last year, each episode had about 1 million viewers, and this has really led to an increase in pilgrimage tours and coverage in Japan across a very vast media, lots of media exposure there. So, and what I was mentioning earlier in terms of a travel update, Japan Airlines has joined JATA's More Overseas campaign, and they'll be launching a 5.7 million mile giveaway, as well as a 55% child fare discount to Guam to stimulate outbound travel following Japan's recent passport fee reduction. So again, this is not just GVB acting on its own. Many of our partners are also pitching in and really trying to double down on pushing arrivals to Guam. We also want to expand on the food truck that we have in our market with culinary. So we had a fiesta food as well as a dessert activation in April. One of the best ways to demonstrate Guam and our culture is really through our food. So we have 2 food trucks, one in Osaka and one in Tokyo. And we also continue to build on sister city relationships in Kashiwazaki City in Japan, bridging educational support campaigns there. Next slide. This really represents a subsidy to push the direct service on United Airlines 2 times weekly. So this is a fuel surcharge subsidy campaign that we're working on. Our target is about 2,500 bookings and 6.5 million impressions. I also just want to mention that we recently wrapped up a MICE fam tour with a number of our Taiwan travel partners to really push and stimulate Guam bookings. And a number of the top Taiwan travel agencies were here on Guam. They don't typically travel together, they're competitors, but the fact that they were all here together kind of drove out their competitive spirit. So we were able to see some of them say that they were going to bring 200 packs to Guam in November. And then another person was saying that, no, I'm going to bring 250 packs in November and December. And so it was really great for them to be here on Guam. Many of them hadn't been here in many, many years, or for some of them it was their very first time. So to see their excitement in really trying to push Guam as a MICE destination, that's meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions. We really want to encourage that. We want to, additionally, if it's mature industries like insurance or the tech industry, they are providing airfare and accommodations for their top salespeople. So those folks come to Guam in a large number, let's say it's 100 packs or 200 packs. They have discretionary income to spend on our island, and that's what we really want to push, because the company already is paying for, again, the airfare and the accommodations, so all of their additional time here on Guam, enjoying attractions and eating in our restaurants, they're happy to pay that extra money and shop in our stores. So we want to, again, push all of those promotions. Next slide. The travel agent sales contest was really a response to that, or came in right after our MICE fam tour. And so, again, pushing cash incentives based on verified, eligible, sold seats. We have so far, the results are about 1,212 bookings fiscal year to date. And we provide the budget status and our partners there for you as well. Moving on to the Philippines, we have the airline seat capacity and co-op promotions. Sorry, next slide. Thank you. Again, to support the launch of a new route through airline incentives and coordinating marketing efforts, we want to continue to promote and stimulate the demand for service through Manila. And so we have flights 3 times per week for a period of 1 year. And then we're also continuing, even though the service from Cebu was suspended, we want to continue to be in that market and push the message of Guam because they can still travel to Guam, even though indirectly through Manila. Next slide. We wanted to share with you a recent event that we had in Manila. It's been many, many years since GVB's done an event in Manila on our own. We typically do it as part of a broader travel trade expo. So this was a brand new event that we did in Glorieta in Makati. So really to push and strengthen the ability of key travel agents to effectively promote and sell Guam by providing them the most up-to-date information, product knowledge, and directly engaging with them. Next slide. We also had a direct-to-consumer event. We had 4 Guam partners join us: Philippine Airlines, United Airlines, 305 Travel and Tours, as well as World Master International Travel and multiple Philippine vendors. We were able to attract over 14,000 visitors. So this was a very strategic investment, and again, our first large-scale consumer-owned event in Manila. This has been a priority for visa holders. Many of them frequent this area, so it was executed in Makati and provided direct access to high-income consumers, supporting long-cycle destination consideration rather than immediate purchase conversion. And so we had the activation delivered strong awareness, and sustained awareness is really critical. We also had a number of earned media and authentic storytelling from some trusted Filipino influencers that have been to Guam many times and have, served as our Guam ambassadors in the Philippines. And so that's being amplified across social media and extending our campaign reach and reinforcing Guam's credibility in the market. Next slide. I'll hand these over to Mr. Arreola.
Okay, governance, human resources, and employment policies. GVB's applicable policies are the Department of Administration's personnel rules and regulations, which include the following: purpose and scope, administration, conduct, code of conduct, filling positions in Gov Guam, position clarification system and compensation plan, pay administration, hours of work, overtime and premium pay, leave of absence, health and safety, employee performance, adverse action procedures, grievance procedures, resignation and termination. The DOA rules and regs were adopted as an interim policy in CSC number 2001-173 on February 12, 2001. GVB also Personnel Services Administration assumed the role effective July 23, 2025. And this policy remains GVB's guidance governance on employment policies. Next slide, please. Okay, the status, Phase 1, active policies, GVB personnel rules and regulations. Phase 2, under review, legacy administration, conflicting policy and rules. Phase 3, pending update, council review. And Phase 4, board review, adjudication, mandate. Next slide, please. Internal controls. And so basically to protect privacy and GVB operations, public disclosure excludes the following: employee-specific facts and records, confidential legal analysis, privileged corporate materials. And so, number one, there's one informal grievance review completed, 3 main complaints, concerns sustained and not sustained, corrective actions imposed were warranted, remaining concerns are being addressed administratively, HR follow-up and continued oversight remain in place. Next review date is 9/30/2026. So at the moment, there's 1 performance evaluation review in progress and 2 administrative review in progress. Next slide, please. Pending litigation. The Guam Visitors Bureau acknowledges the filing of a civil lawsuit regarding allegations against a former executive. Although the executive has not been named as a defendant in the lawsuit and does not currently serve in any capacity with the Bureau, GVB does not tolerate such conduct and takes these allegations seriously. GVB remains deeply committed to maintaining a workplace built on respect and dignity for every employee. GVB maintains a zero-tolerance policy towards harassment at any level and will continue to address all such allegations with full seriousness. Yeah. Next slide. So we just wanted to say Sizuos Masi and thank you, distinguished senators, for having us today.
Thank you very much. We'll get to our questions now, but I got a few of mine before I ask my colleagues to chime in as well. You know, I got a couple questions regarding our participation at the Great American State Fair in Washington, D.C. 220,400 was expended for this event. $91,100 for staffing alone, for airfare, per diem, car rental, miscellaneous travel-related expenses for 15 staff, with 3 or 4 rotations during the June 22 to July 13, showing at a daily per diem rate at $366. The reason why I'm asking this is because reports indicate that several states were skipping out on the Great American State Fair in Washington, D.C., including Illinois, Connecticut, Maine, Massachusetts, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Vermont, Washington, and North Carolina. Hawaii also skipped out on the event, citing staffing and funding issues, and will instead focus on island events. For the states that did participate, many did not send government staff. They outsourced the work to an event company or local partners to reduce travel and staffing and operational costs. In Washington, D.C. alone, the Guam Society of America has been around since 1952. Did anyone from the Bureau consider contracting or partnering with them or any other Guam affiliated organizations already in D.C. or in the surrounding areas to represent Guam at a lower cost? Because, I mean, we're sending 15 people. You know, this is a field trip for GVB. 15 folks. Who approved this travel and participation? And who in GVB is responsible for determining the return on investment for this event?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for that excellent question. The Guam Visitors Bureau Board of Directors approved a total budget of, as you mentioned, $220,000 for GVB to represent Guam at the event. So GVB was named as the entity by the America's 250 Commission. And so this is something that, you know, within the government of Guam, the responsibility was placed on us to come up with a plan for this. So the budget includes staffing, airfare, per diem, car rental, miscellaneous travel expenses for 3 to 4 rotations between June 22nd to July 13th. The event schedule is extensive, with Guam's pavilion operating 7 days a week. Shifts run from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m., Sunday to Wednesday, and they extend from 9 a.m. until midnight from Thursday to Saturday. Guam's participation at the event has been successful. The Guam booth has been a major highlight of the event, welcoming hundreds of visitors daily and creating a lasting impression on those who visit. We can share with you some recent photographs and videos to provide you and the committee with more insight on Guam's pavilion and the volume of visitors. It was also our expectation as information began to trickle in on this event that we were to expect about 2 million visitors over the course of the events, the days that it was running. And so we provided that staffing to meet this, what we were anticipating. I also just want to make mention that, a few months ago when we first found out that we would be kind of spearheading this project, we did reach out to not just the Guam Society in Washington, D.C., but a number of other Chamorro clubs across the country. And so we were able to secure some cultural performers from across the different states that are volunteering. We're also providing them a small stipend to help us to not just provide entertainment and cultural representation, but to help us as volunteers and to staff the event. It's a tremendous amount of effort, and I'm very proud of what we've been able to put together. It's a beautiful booth. It's been decorated beautifully, and many influencers, national influencers, are stopping by, and they're really impressed by Guam's booth. Many of them have never even heard of Guam before. And so we also are in partnership with Guam's hometown airline, United, to provide a discount code to those folks, and we can provide you some information on, how many people take advantage of that. But we also want to continue to encourage our diaspora to return home, especially for liberation festivities and a number of our signature events. So, Mr. Chairman, we look forward to sharing those results with you. We thank you so much for bringing this up, and we really did try to see this as an opportunity to share Guam's story with the nation. As it celebrates its 250th birthday, we wanted to remind our brothers and sisters across the country that Guam is a very important part of the United States. So again, thank you for the question. We're happy to provide additional information and a breakdown of the costs and the expenditures. Again, it was approved by our board, and we want to make sure that we're as transparent as possible as we continue to do the good work of the Bureau.
Well, the reason why I was asking is because, again, the committee would like to know what the measurable outcome is expected, whether actual visitors, whether the leads, media placements, airline interests, travel trade contacts or bookings, and how will GVB report back, of course, to this committee on whether that trip was worth the cost. And the reason why I'm asking this is, and you said that GVB is chosen for this thing. Do you work with the governor's office and maybe the cultural, historical, or public democracy function, especially because the U.S. mainland, they only represent 9.5% of the total arrivals for fiscal year to date. And I'm just looking at the amount expended, and with the current arrivals at this point from North America, I mean, it is very low. And I know a couple years back, there was an incentive with GVB had helped to subsidize for residents that wanted to return to Guam for liberation festivities. Is that going to happen again this year? Because I mean, I think without the subsidy, I don't think we're going to get the amount of folks that came back that last time, compared to this year. I mean, if we're relying on them to go to the event, the 250-year event in Washington, D.C., I don't think they're going to be there. I mean, other than folks that are already there. I don't think folks will be traveling to D.C. to do that. I mean, all over the United States, there'll be celebrations. It's not a one destination celebration. It's a U.S. celebration. I mean,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to reiterate this this event involved participation from all the U.S. states and territories, and given the nature of the celebration, the government of Guam tasked GVB with this mandate. And again, we went through our board, we had them approve this cost, as well as our plan. And so I'd just like to ask Director Guzman if he'd have any additional comments.
Thank you very much, Regine. Senators, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, Vice Speaker. Very happy to be here. Will do my best to respond. But the fact of the matter is that, you know, we are going through a lot of stuff. Guam is on the radar on many, many different fronts. And I think we need to be careful and cautious about how we want to be on that radar. But part of it is that we are part of America. And that is something that does work for us, even in our source markets, because that perception of security that comes from it. It also works against us in some ways. But I think the idea right now is, yes, we went out there, we put it, yes, it's kind of like, I akin it to running a restaurant 7 days a week. You've got 2 different shifts. You've got those 2 shifts that have to go through 7 days a week in order to keep the customers happy and to keep them coming in. And that's kind of the same thing. It does take a lot. Now, the participation from our Chamorro brethren out there, the diaspora, again, you put it out there and you hope that they're going to participate. You encourage them to participate to the best that you can because it's good for Guam. And, hopefully that's going to bring light to, hey, there's a lot more in Guam. I do need to go back home. And good news is United stepped up. They have these deals that are going on right now. You have to go through the GVB website in order to avail of them for the Liberation Day festivities here in Guam. And so they're offering discounts for diaspora who are living in the United States or anybody else who wants to come to Guam. And there's certain holiday periods that they are supporting in this. And I think that's great. So in my view, GVB started something a little bit ago, and now United, our partners, is taking up on it. And that's a good thing for us. So, relative to the discussion of how much and why did we spend that much, again, it's a couple of things. We need to staff it. If we're going to be there, then let's be there. In noticing and going through some of the things that went on in the on the internet, we had states out there that had just 2 chairs, 2 empty chairs. That was it. And I don't think Guam should be that way. I think Guam, if we're going to make a statement, let's make a statement. We can't just sit back and okay, we'll just follow what Maine did or we'll follow what Oklahoma did. Pretty pictures and a couple of chairs and maybe some lemonade. I don't know. But that's not how we do things, and we shouldn't. We should explore and celebrate our culture, celebrate who we are, celebrate our diaspora, celebrate that we have the tyranny of distance, but we still survive under any circumstance. And I think it's a great thing. And that's my perspective on it. And let's make this work. We got to change the narrative. We got to push. We can beat horses to death while we're on Guam, but when we're out there, we got to put our best face forward. That's the way I look at it.
Thank you, Director Guzman. We also have an update that we had about 4,000 people visit our booth in the first 3 days. Many of the patrons are really calling out states who have pulled out, as you had mentioned, Mr. Chair, and have commended Guam for an outstanding presence so far at this Great American State Fair. And the word in DC is to visit the Guam booth first, and then go to the other state booths. We're right by the main stage, so it's really good positioning for us. And I encourage anyone who has family in the area or is planning a trip to DC for the summer, check out a Smithsonian and then come visit us at the Great State Fair or the Guam State Fair. Thank you.
Well, I hope that the states that pulled out and the folks that called out, the states that pulled out, I hope they went ahead and made their reservations to come to Guam. You know, because short of just calling them out, you know, I mean, so and Director Guzman, I understand what you're saying. I agree with what you say to a point. I'm just saying when only 9.5% of folks come from North America at this point, and we, you know, we look at Tumon at this point and closing down, and it just looks tired and all that, right? And this is not our main source market.
Agreed.
And I'm just saying that the money expended in great economic times, that's a drop in a bucket. But in tough times, this is not just a drop in a bucket. You know, I mean, I would hope that the return, I would hope that when the report comes back, that you know, maybe we're in double or triple digits or double digits in regards to the North American market.
Agreed.
Because, you know, how can we justify that to the stakeholders at this point?
Well, we had the same discussion, if I may, Senator,
Sure.
you know, during our deliberations on the budget. Yes, we understand where you're coming from.
Sure. And again, one of our main competitors, of course, Hawaii, they said, you know, it's citing staffing and funding issues. They're going through the same, I mean, they still have more tourists than we do, but they're going through the same situation as we are as well. So they're skipping out and basically focusing on their island events as we are now doing that as well. So I'm just saying, I mean, you guys are the experts, you guys have the data and all that, but in our point of view, and folks calling us and stakeholders calling us, hope that when the report comes back, that it'll be again the choices that we make and the recommendations made by the board will substantiate again the you know, the travel and all that. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also just wanted to add that Japan and Korea remain our main source markets, but it's very important to invest strategically in many of our other source markets, so we're not putting all of our eggs in those two baskets alone. And so we really want to be able to expand our U.S. market volume, but we can't do that if we don't make investments today.
No, that's understood. It's really understood. But again, you know, and I'm sure my colleagues will attest to this as well. I mean, the airport is here. The seats are being provided. Now we're not putting butts on the seats. Yeah. So the seats are being, seats are there. I mean, I think Senator Borja's wife just came back the other day. I think it was from Korea, and it said there was 4 people on the plane. That's 5 people on the plane.
Which
and I said, well,
flight?
we sent a private jet to bring you back.
Which flight was that? We review the flight manifests and the load factors for every single flight that comes in on a weekly basis with the airport, and we've never seen a report with four seats only from last week.
I think it's 5 or something like that. I think it's
Oh.
Yeah. I think it's great. Yeah.
We'd really love to be able to check that against the numbers that we're seeing and the numbers that the airport has reviewed, just to be sure that, you know, what we're all looking at is the same verified data.
Yeah. Great. Sure. Okay. Let me go ahead and go to the Senator. Go ahead. I got some other questions, but I'll wait.
Masi, and thank you for being here. You know, I want to start with one thing. I really do appreciate, and it's been consistent, the slide that you present on the economic benefits and the study that's been presented. The difficulty in that is, we know, of course, it's not 2019, but if we go back, it's double plus that. What we're trying to do is recover. We understand what tourism brings to Guam, but thank you for the slide. What we're here to discuss this morning is, this afternoon now, is a very serious situation that exists. First of all, we've been generous and have allowed for a $10 million subsidy to GVB, and there's been some reporting on it, but I want to go straight in and thank the airport folks for staying with us. That the discussion is, in your opening, is that the issue is we need airplanes to come to Guam in order to do this. Well, airplanes are coming to Guam, and let's talk about the load factor. So if we go on the load factor based on the airport's presentation, the number of flights in FY26 are actually up, but the load factors are down. If you go across on October for them, they show the load factor down by 9%. In November, the flights are up. The load factor is down by 21%. In December, going across with 25, fiscal year 25, the comparison, down by 17%. That's consistent all the way throughout. So right now, the way we're looking at it is it's not the flights, it's the seats. And so we just want to make sure that, you have a symbiotic relationship with the airport. But the fact is, let's be clear, we have a problem filling the seats. And so that's where we're going into this comparison to fiscal year 25 or 26. Because in 25, you used half of the revenue by the report of your own funding source in order to be able to generate more guests and seats so far than this year with the $10 million subsidy. So can you address that?
Yes, thank you very much, Senator Duenas. And as I mentioned in my opening, for an island economy, air service is infrastructure. And I'm glad that our partners are here from the airport. And I think it's important for us to remember that no responsible farmer would abandon productive farmland because one harvest was poor. And no responsible business abandons a profitable building because one quarter was slow. We all understand that tourism is dynamic, it's a cyclical industry, and you protect productive assets through difficult periods because you understand the value that they produce to our economy over time. And we discussed the economic impact that you had mentioned previously. So for Guam, air service is one of our most valuable economic assets because the airline routes really take years to build, and they can be lost super quickly, as we've seen, or suspended. And once they disappear, restoring them can take years, and there's no guarantee that they're going to return. So our responsibility really is to preserve our connectivity through these challenging periods so that when the demand strengthens, the seats are already here and visitors can return immediately, and Guam's businesses are positioned to thrive. It's not just an investment in today's flights, so it's an investment in our long-term economic future. But I do want to acknowledge what you're saying. It is a difficult period. We mentioned this in our March membership meeting. We came before folks, but I don't control the Strait of Hormuz. I don't control week yen and week one. So as much as I would love to have crystal balled it when we were discussing $10 million in airline incentives in our last fiscal year budget, just like Daphne was saying, we don't have a magic wand or a crystal ball in order to
I have to interrupt you there. I understand the analogies, and I get it, and I can follow. The thing is that the airline infrastructure is there. We're talking about the seats, and we're talking about the investment. And so if we go through your chart, let's start out in October, the beginning of the fiscal year. You're under moderate expectation. November, you are under moderate expectation. In December, you are slightly over moderate expectation. In February, you are slightly over. In March, you're about equal. This is all to your moderate projection.
If I could just ask them to pull up slide number 6,
Sure.
then we can kind of follow along with what you're saying.
In April, I'm going to write April off. Of course, it's deeply under, but we had Sinlaku. And then we go into May, and once again, we're actually in May below conservative. below conservative, not below moderate. So my point once again is, of course nobody controls yen, nobody controls won, nobody controls these issues, but right now, despite that, it doesn't show because there were similar problems in 2025, and it's not showing the investment as coming through. That's the point. I mean, I'm just leading to something here that I want to make sure that I get on the record, because right now you saw, and I'm glad you talked about preserving airline capacity and infrastructure, because we're going to do a subsidy now because we have to the airport to be sustainable at $17 million. And I want to make this clear because we're going to the budget cycle. There is no $10 million for GVB in fiscal year 2027, and I don't believe there will be, unless the governor finds it somewhere within her $1.4 billion, if that's what passes, to work with you. So I'm going to end with this, because I think this is the only responsible thing to say to you, is much like fiscal year 2025, I think you're going to have to be like everybody else is going to have to be going into our next fiscal year, and find that revenue internally to be able to at least subsidize your own first quarter of incentives and come back to whatever next legislature and whatever next administration, which would be what it would come down to convince them that it's prudent to continue on this endeavor. Because right now, no matter what we say we control or don't control, I mean, you would have to tell me then that it would be down another 50% because of this, but that's not what we were sold.
Senator, the results that we've shown you and the marketing slides that we've attempted to demonstrate in terms of the ROI, I think, we continue to go with what has worked for us in the past, but also try new things. And, you have the power to make these investments and to determine Guam's future and the impact of that. And so it's completely within your obligation to do whatever you need to do. And we will, hopefully manage, or maybe not manage. But if tourism is Guam's #1 industry, then the legislature needs to support it and provide us the resources that we need to keep it moving forward.
President, with all due respect, I'm going to tell you this. We still don't even know, and I'm glad my partner is conducting a study. It's the recent iterations of what's going on with GVB. I don't think anybody could, even the most intelligent people who've watched this process for decades now, could say what you are as an organization. Now, I'm going to tell you, it's not this legislature, it's this government, which means a governor, which means this corporation, that sometimes, like you told us in 2025, you take the responsibility and make the investment to show the ROI. You put that in your budget. You reduce other areas if you have to demonstrate. Maybe mission creep is not a good thing. Maybe you don't do those officers down there and you say, government, you have to do this. You have to go through, because I don't know, the budget's grown exponentially, your obligations have grown exponentially, yet we have duplication throughout the government in terms of what those responsibilities are. So the bottom line comes down to this. At some point, there has to be a reckoning with what the investment means and what the ROI means when it's not performing. Bottom line. I mean, there are those in the industry that have been in the industry for a long time, the frustrated ones and the people from the outside that are watching from the government, that said, I bet you if you do an experiment and basically didn't travel for 3 months with GVB, the numbers would probably be just about the same. And if you just sent promotions and marketing and the airlines were doing what they were doing, because they need to fill those seats just as much as everybody else has to. Now, I don't know that experiment would bear out, but that's the level of the discussion. We put a good face forward on our efforts and everything else and what we're doing, but the numbers don't equate. That's all I'm saying. And the bottom line is, unless we see an exponential shift with the obligations we have with this symbiotic relationship between the airport and GVB and our economy and our government. There has to be an overall reprioritization, not just, well, if you don't give us $10 million, then you just don't care about tourism. That's wrong. It's, well, if this government sits down and says, what are our priorities? That's when we'll be on the same page. And also, when are we going to measure an ROI by an institution saying, I'm going to prove it to you. I'm going to repurpose my budget, and I'm going to find out, because $10 million over 1 year, over one entire year, is less than $1 million a month, less than probably, and we look at the way you're scheduled and when you actually kicked in the program and when actually things took off, you could probably do it right now with your own budget when it passes in fiscal year 27 and demonstrate going forward that we made this commitment. We went back to our 2025 model and did it internally, and now we want you to join us once again. And that would be up to a governor, that would be up to a legislature to adjust the budget accordingly.
And Senator, you know, I appreciate your comments and especially what you mentioned about mission creep, because there have been a number of things that have been kind of laid before GVB, and you see it in every comment online and people that we encounter in the grocery store, like, what are you guys doing? I saw somebody walking from the airport to Donkey and dragging their bags. How come GVB hasn't put a sidewalk there? How come GVB isn't replacing the street lights or crosswalk signs in Tumon? How come GVB isn't, cleaning all these restrooms? And we do have a destination development and destination management responsibility within the agency, but we also have taken on visitor safety officers and beach safety officers and a concierge program to provide, 24-hour in-language services to Koreans and Japanese. I mean, there's a ton of work that we're doing. It's a very, very small agency, a fraction of, a number of these other folks out there. But I think in terms of return on investment, we're doing absolutely everything we can with the resources that we have, and we're managing them responsibly as demonstrated in an independent audit. And
In fairness to that, I don't think they're asking why GVB is not doing it. They're asking why the government's not doing it. And they're asking why, if we're going to continue to, because you know what? I think most people are saying because you went the extra mile of subsidizing an extra $10 million, and they think that money can go. I read the comments as much as you do.
I think this is even before the $10 million in incentives, and the incentives were purely for airline incentives, not to solve those problems. But it's just all over the place.
Maybe they make the expression because they expect GVB to shake their finger, but they expect the government to do the work. They expect the roads to be nice. They expect buildings to be painted. They expect the basics, right? People expect the basics.
And that's all of us, everyone in this room.
It is. But that's why I'm concentrating on GVB. I don't want to scrutinize people out there that have a right to show and express their differences and their reservations, to say that they've pinned it on GVB. Yes, of course, they've pinned it on all of us. But what I'm saying is if we start going outside of that responsibility and not hold what's accountable to do its job, then the bottom line is that's where we've gone wrong too. To say you've got to have more money to do something the government in general should be doing. Yeah. Yes.
I'm 4 months on the job. Within 1 week, I noticed how this agency works like a business. I am telling you, these guys are working hard. So as far as ROI, I've seen these guys work twice as hard as people in the private sector. I'm 4 months on the job. And so destination development, we recovered from that typhoon in record time. Not just Pali San Vitoris. We went and went out to all the areas that needed help. So if you ask us about ROI, take a look around the island. Take a look at Tumon. Take a look at the stuff that we're working on. We're working hard. And you have our word that we're going to continue to do this. Passengers are going to be coming. We're making the investments. The programs are in place. We have people that have been working for GVB for 20 to 30 years, and I have trust and confidence in them. And so our leader, Regine, is doing everything she can to advocate for the visitor arrivals on Guam, and I'm here to support her. But please, Senator, please understand we are working our hardest to get the job done.
You know, and for once, congratulations. The people expect that, because people have been watching tourism and been in tourism industry, and those who've lost their businesses and are trying to hold on demand that for the money that's going into it. That's the bottom line. So absolutely, everybody needs to work hard. But scrutiny is appropriate. And we have limited resources right now and limited dollars going forward, that's what's going to come forward. They expect double and triple that when you're throwing more money at it. That's the bottom line.
I think just to underscore that point, tourism really helps to pay for everything else. So it supports thousands of jobs. It generates that business activity, and we can beat this dead horse into the ground, but it contributes these revenues that go towards what we say are our priority areas: health, public safety, education, but the visitor economy strengthens those resources and provides them so that we're available to invest throughout our entire community, not just in Tumon, not just in tourism-related businesses, but we've really tried to demonstrate that in many of the other villages and providing support for our mayors, and the list goes on and on. But I think maybe Ina had something.
Yeah, but just let me respond to that.
Sure, sure.
Like you said, I know we could do this all day. So does federal spending. And right now, if we didn't have the federal spending we had, we'd be done. We've had tourism for decades. We had tourism that absolutely, when we talk about the pillars of our economy, have built exactly what we have. I know, I came from it, 16 years in the tourism industry before I went into government. I know, that's why I have so many friends and people in tourism that are expressing their frustration to me. I get it. We all know that tourism is that leg, that balancing leg. But right now, we're living on the federal leg. The federal leg is subsidizing everything right now. And we've asked and we've said we need to recover on the tourism leg to match. Because this federal leg is not going to last forever. There have been many studies now that show that's why we're trying to control this budget. That we need to level off and hold the line. Because instead of smoothing out and having a line or coming down a little, we see it in our region. We don't want it to fall off a cliff. So we get it. We get it. That's why it's so urgent. But the fact is, we're going to continue to scrutinize because of the fact that it's incumbent upon all of us to take it seriously. Because the recovery and the pace of recovery, although things that we don't control, is absolutely compulsory.
Thank you, Senator. I'd just like to say, I do echo everything that our team has said here, but regarding, we do the work that we do, especially in the destination department, in the name of creating the best, most secure, clean, and culturally rich environment and destination for our visitors, right? At what point can we compromise those efforts? This industry is highly competitive. If you pull back on any of those type of initiatives, visitors will go somewhere else. And they'll do it in a snap of a finger. So we need to make sure that everything that we present here, whether it's typhoon recovery or trash pickup or cleaning up the beach or just anything that we do in destination, we need to make sure that we're on top of it. And if it means mission creep to the tune of a few $1,000, we're going to do it because we need to make sure that we present ourselves in a way that we would like when we go on trips and go on vacation as well. Many times we go to Korea, you can go to Korea and sit in any public bathroom and feel so comfortable because it's clean. We try to offer that to our visitors here, and that's why we want to do this project with the bathrooms. We want to do the projects with creating more safer beaches and public parks. We work constantly with DPW and Parks and Rec. And these are just things that we need to do to present the island in the way that it needs to be presented. And, you know, like while we do it in destination, we do it in marketing, we do it in HR, in all the departments. And I don't doubt, I mean, I just have to say that I like to applaud, all the work that we do at GVB. We come into the office early. None of us leave at 5 o'clock. It's very rare that we leave at 6 or 7. So, I mean, we do the work that we do. I feel like it's a great investment in Guam. And, you know, I welcome the scrutiny, but I'm telling you now that it's a good investment, and we do get the return. We cannot help that there's a war going on, and the Strait of Hormuz is closed and open like a swinging door. We've had typhoons. It's just, there's so many events in the world that are happening that affect tourism, not just here, not just in our region, but worldwide. And as a community, just here in Guam, and CNMI, we're trying to recover. And so while I hear everything you say, and I can agree with some of the things you are saying, I just like to say in closing that, here at GVB, we work hard. We work hard, we were responsible, and I have to give applause to my finance department for having a clean audit again. This makes it 1 decade of clean audits. And, it's not an easy feat. I come from PBS. You guys know we've had trouble with our audits. I've sat here because of that, and we had another perfect audit. So, that's all I'd like to say.
Yeah, I have not diminished one moment any of the work that GVB's done. The point I continue to make, and you continue to make my point, is that people are saying that's where that $10 million should go. Those bathrooms. Whatever else we can do. Because you did the additional things with your patrol officers and everything else within your own budget. You did that. You did that with the progressive budgets that this legislature gave you. I hope you're not missing the point here. The point is that with the numbers we have, we're going to have to see more evidence for the additional investment. And we're asking you to meet us, like I asked the airport earlier to meet us halfway with the appropriations by saying, yes, you'll get your subsidy, but we need to take that $9 million off the books of continued obligation, because we're going to write a check again for $17 million of an unprecedented subsidy to an autonomous agency that generates revenue. So I hope you're not missing my point. My point is we also don't want to be accused, because this looks unsustainable at this point, to find another $10 million for incentives without additional proof. That's all I'm trying to say. For me, I've been in difficult situations where I've run agencies and entities and businesses before, where I have to double down internally in order to make the proof externally that it's going to work. Everybody has to do that. And that's the point I'm trying to make. I mean, I can understand why you might want to be defensive, but you don't need to be. You need to accept what's in front of us. And, I'm telling you, it's not going to be in the budget. But if the governor wants it, the governor can transfer money to you. The governor can reallocate from other areas and say, I believe in that so much because I believe it's necessary, so I will find the quarterly distribution to GVB in order to maintain that program. But right now, and I've been doing numbers for a long time, and I haven't been wrong so far. This is not proven at this point. That's the point.
Senator, if I may. $10 million in the scheme of things, when you're competing with countries like Thailand, Philippines, Korea, Japan, is really a drop in the bucket. And, it's almost... I'm not in the marketing department, right? So I really feel like this is just my opinion here. and I'm not privy to a lot of the numbers. But we were looking online and yesterday and having a conversation about what these other countries are spending, what their total advertising and marketing budget spend is compared to what their return is. And when you compare that to the numbers, $10 million, whatever our budget is, to the return that we're getting, the cost per unit, the cost per impression, cost per unit that we expend per visitor is much lower than these other countries around the world. And they have much more offerings than we do here. And so, yes, while I get $10 million is a lot of money to spend for us, for marketing, when you see the kind of competition that we are up against, it's well worth the investment.
So I think you've made a great pitch, and I'm sure the governor's office is listening, so they can find it within the budget to make the investment. You're right, because you're echoing now Ed Byrne. When Ed Byrne made a couple of comments on different funds within the government on how they affect the government, especially when it comes to the audit. Well, you know, off by 10 million because we didn't calculate X amount of benefit. In the grand scheme of $1.4 billion, it's a drop in the bucket. But when we sit here and we have to cut up that pie, and we've put this kind of investment in, we're not these huge countries with those kind of mega capabilities of doing their investments. Thank you very much, you know, for the offering of what other countries do. We have limited resources, we have limited offerings, but we're still the United States and Asia, which a lot of people love to come here for. But the bottom line comes down to, that is a lot of money when you're talking about other agencies that constantly need help as well. So if it's worth the investment with the performance that at least I, and I think many of my colleagues haven't seen yet, then you're going to have to return to the 2025 model of investing within internally or getting a subsidy within the executive branch, prove it, and then we can return to it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Duenas. You know, as a matter of fact, as we speak, I just say that my proposal of putting together a study didn't just come out of thin air. That's based on our communication with major tourism stakeholders, major stakeholders. And let me just say that these major tourist stakeholders have formed a coalition, and wanting to circumvent government operations, they want to go straight to those markets by themselves. They have lost faith in the government. They would remain nameless at this point, but as we speak, when our op-ed came out this morning, I was getting calls to them, thank you very much, because that's the road we were going down on. It's not working. Now, yes, $10 million may be a drop in the bucket compared to, say, Thailand and all that, and the Philippines, but that's a lot of money for Guam. I mean, that's money that we knew the importance when it was sold to us. It was very, very important. We had to fill up those seats, but the hospital needed it. Schools needed it. DPW needed it. But we knew the importance of bringing in those folks to spend their money, to be able to subsidize these areas that are very important as well. We were given that assurance that that's what was going to happen. And we understand things come up, typhoons and all that. And they're going to continue to come up. I think we have a storm brewing right now. It's constantly going to happen. But we cannot continue to say it's because of these things. That is why. Yes, they're a contributing factor. But as I said in my opening, what we've done in the past is not working now. the duty-free that worked for years, supported a lot of families, didn't work anymore. The airport, Lotte, is pulling out. It's not working. The seats are there, the planes, believe me, they are there. And I want to say, and let me go back, Senator Borja tested, it was Air Seoul, last Tuesday, 5 people on the plane. That was last Tuesday. 5 people on the plane. RS 101, Air Seoul. The seats are there. So we can't keep, again, saying, because these things come up, they are a contributing factor, but they're not the main factor. We have to, and again, I can't wait to get this study to see where we're at, because yeah, you've taken on a lot of roles. You've taken on roles with DPW, DPR, fire department, things of that nature. So we need to identify what your role really is so we can concentrate on that and keep it at that, keep it tight so you can deliver. Because right now we're all over the place. We're all over the place. We're all over here and we're not accomplishing this goal. People are leaving. Businesses are closing up. And as my vice chair has said, you know, this is a come to Jesus time. Houston, we have a problem, but we need to work together and understand where we are and where we're going. Yes, we're competing against everywhere else, absolutely. Competing against everywhere else. You know, just last week we had folks come in. They're in the tourism industry as well, and also hoteliers, right? They said, oh, we love Guam, man. Guam's a beautiful place. But you know what? Guam looks very tired. It looks tired. I mean, and this legislature, amongst other legislatures, have reacted in this year and a half to give, again, as my vice chair has said, everything that the airport asked, everything that GVB had asked. The ETA to be able to clean up these places. There's not one thing that wasn't asked of this legislature that this 38th Guam legislature did not respond to. Not one thing. So now, and we told you guys from the very beginning, we said, when we give you this $10 million, we're going to be, you guys are the experts. You're going to have to account for this. Because these other areas needed it. But we were assured that we're going to put passengers on those planes, and they were going to spend their money, and therefore that will trickle down to subsidize, to be able to fund those areas that we didn't, because we gave it to a very important entity to bring people in here. And the numbers are grimmer every month. I got a few more questions, but I'll go with my colleagues. Vice Speaker.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned Air Seoul Flight 101. Tuesday, Air Seoul flight, it's RS 101, had 100 passengers on Tuesday June 23rd. We can share that update with you.
Okay, well, you know. Make sure it's Tuesday, because she said there was only 5 of us on the plane, and I said, yeah, we send a private jet to pick you up, because Senator Borja missed you, so we needed to send a private plane over there. Senator San Agustin, you're next.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you know, GVB, really the one thing I was going to ask you more about was about your solar lights on Tumon Road. But you know what, if you can just tell me a little bit about it, if they're going to get it fixed, okay. At least say that for the record, that it's going to get fixed, and we can move on.
Thank you very much, Senator San Agustin. We had about 60% of our solar lights in Tumon come down or be destroyed or inoperable following Typhoon Sinlaku. And as our Vice President, Mr. Arreola, had mentioned, and Ina Carrillo, our team worked really, really hard to ensure that we used all of our available spares, put those up first, because, you know, we really see the lighting in Tumon as a safety issue.
Yes.
And so we prioritize especially the areas that are the high visibility and places like where there's the most traffic. So we kind of identified where those spaces are and prioritized those areas first, but we're still in progress with replacing the entire thing. We're still waiting on a number of other parts, and then working with our vendor, who's been very great about getting up there as soon as possible and making those changes.
All right, and another thing I wanted to bring up is that, you know, I was talking to Senator Parkinson here, we were like, what, you know, everybody talks about Hawaii's recovering in tourism. Well, you know, there are 1.4 million people there, and they spend $31 million to market. And I like when you mention it, it's peanuts when you're looking at 10. And I kind of agree with you, because we're less than 200,000 people. Por favor, do the math. 1.4 Hawaii, Guam 200,000, less than 200. We spend 10, they spend 31. And their main market is the United States, not many Philippines and everywhere else. And I look at it that, you know, what you stated was your investment. It's almost like a TCD, you know, you put some money in and you wait until it matures, then you cash it out, then you reuse it, you recycle, and you do the best practice. And I see Cliff's like, that's how you do business. Everybody can talk about business all they want. But for me, when I look at when I go visiting, and I do quite a few trips, Philippines, Japan, and so forth in the United States. If the place is dirty, I won't go back. And I agree with you. And I agree with GVB cannot be blamed for what Guam's condition. They can sure take a beating for supposedly not helping. No, GovGuam's got to get their act together, period. It's not one agency is going to take care of that, and it's GovGuam in general has got to do it. And I like how they mentioned earlier that the budget is coming up. The governor's going to have to decide that. I guess one of the beauties of that statement is that they failed to mention that it's also election year. After the budget passes, it's an election, we'll know who's going to support what. And that's just being realistic. Number one, peanuts for what you're spending, less than 200,000 people versus Hawaii, 1.4. Simple math. They spend 17 million only on the United States. If we invested all 10 to Japan, we'd be happy and lucky if we get it, because why? With the money rate has gone down. The word I'm getting from, because I got family in Japan, they're saying the rate's low, so I'll just stay here. Folks, let's just do the math. Let's do the marketing. I mean, I'm not referring that to you folks, because you guys, that's what you guys' job is. But for my colleagues and everybody else, look at what's out there. Look at the money exchange. It'll tell you. If the money, the dollar is strong, they're like, Nanganaza, I got Japanese yen, I'm not going to anywhere. Filipino peso rate is high, I'm not going to, and that's just the way the system is set up. But when you say you're investing in trying to protect the airlines and whatever that's come to Guam, good. Do what you need to do. That's your guys' job. But for what, fix your solar lights and everything else. Continue what you're doing because you're going to get beaten up. And every agency that's come to this legislature has gone through this. And we've figured out what happens. Like I mentioned, just the beauty of this year, it's an election year. After the budget is passed, there's going to be a new governor coming in. There's no doubt. Then we'll know what direction GVB will be heading. There will be a new governor. We will all get that message before you worry so much about where you're going to go. All right? And thank you all for being here, and thank you for being strong, and stay steady. Cliff smiling all the time. So is you, Senator Regine. Thank you for being here. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Snoggstein. Yeah, my actually correction to that, it was Wednesday night, the 24th, RS 101, arriving Guam Thursday morning. RS 101, that's what it is. Okay, so it's Wednesday evening, leaving Enshaw? Yeah, and arriving Thursday morning. Senator, or Vice Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions, perhaps. Just thank you guys for being here this afternoon. I know it's already past lunchtime. What is on your layout here, you have FY 2026 budget, expenses, encumbrance, and then committed funds. What are the committed funds column?
Senator, we had two charts that we shared. Are you talking about for incentives, or are you talking about for our overall
for the
budget?
Operations budget.
Okay, so that's slide 3, if you want to pull that up.
Your column of committed funds?
Yes. So for the different divisions, we have committed funds that include critical projects and initiatives that are currently moving through the procurement process. So we've set aside that money it hasn't been encumbered yet because there's not like a signed PO or a signed contract yet, but we've set it aside in order to pay for some of those critical projects, which include, we have a Recovery Committee strategic plan update. We have a Hagatnya Heritage Trail that we're working with HRA on. A marketing consultant for South Korea market. We have typhoon and emergency contingency plans and mitigation, the Tumon Rescue Base. There are a number of other projects that we've identified in addition to EPAL Amphitheater and bollards, a Tumon and island-wide restroom restoration. We're doing tree planting and collaborating with the Department of Agriculture. We're doing mural projects, working with the G3 initiative, Tumon night market expenses, as well as some sponsorship funds that were dispersed to the Marianas Open. We set those aside in committed because that's not an encumbrance yet.
And what has been the Tumon night market expenditures so far?
So far, as of May 2026, I think we set aside, I want to say 700 or 800,000 for Tumon Night Market, and expended as of May is 587,000. So we started last year in August timeframe. So for the last few months, this is the amount of money that we've spent on canopies, on lighting, on stage, porta potties, security, all of the different things, entertainment, in order to put that on. And then GVB also receives some revenue in terms of the vendor payments. It's a separate payment for booth stalls and separate for food trucks.
I see. And what is the impact to the businesses in the area? Are they, because I went down a couple of restaurants and they do have petitions going around to sign it to stop the night market. So have you guys gone around? Has anyone gone around to the businesses in the area asking?
Absolutely. Yeah. So one of the reasons why we moved the current footprint from the previous one was we did get some response. I didn't see a petition to shut down the night market, but we did, host several meetings, and we met with a number of the surrounding businesses to get their feedback and to figure out how we can have a more positive impact, and any negative impact on their businesses, we could adjust maybe our schedule or adjust the road closure hours. And so what we've done is we've actually taken the previous footprint and moved it down further south on San Vitoris, and that's proved a lot better in my opinion. And we've gotten feedback from the surrounding businesses, and they like it a lot better. It's also a lot more space for folks to who frequent the night market, and of course we encourage folks to come down every Sunday. We're there from 5 to 9 p.m.
Okay. And then also in this one category.
Sir, can
on
I just answer also, to answer your question, we had 2 stakeholder meetings for the Tumon Night Market, and we had 2 individuals show up at each meeting. So we constantly go out and invite comment about the Tumon Night Market.
Yeah, perhaps then maybe someone can go pay a visit to Yokozuna, right? And find out, because that's where they had the petitions, to sign the petitions there. So, and I guess they were,
I think when we moved down, their issue was resolved, but we can revisit that and make sure that
just
they're good.
reach back out to them again and
Thank
find
you.
out. Yeah, thank you. What is this new market development?
So, Senator, we have some subcategories within marketing. We have Korea, Japan, and a number of other, Korea, Japan, Philippines. But in terms of new markets, we typically, and our board has provided us with some guidance and feedback on this, we are trying to go for visa-free countries that already have the visa waiver. So that includes Malaysia and Singapore. We also want to continue to expand our reach, possibly in New Zealand and Australia. And so that's kind of where Taiwan was prior to the direct service on United Airlines. But we're always considering other markets. We're trying to, weigh our limited resources and where we should deploy some of our precious marketing resources. But there are a number of shows that we attend in these markets, and we're trying to see if it's worth it for us to stand up an office, possibly in Malaysia, to have a more steady presence there and ensure additional visitor arrivals from those different markets.
And the specific, it says specific, that's all it says. 100,000 is budgeted, 29 has been expended.
Yes, we continue to help support our brothers and sisters in the region. We take on the lion's share of responsibility when it comes to the Pacific Asia Travel Alliance, or PATA. And so a number of our Pacific operations kind of go towards supporting in that way and leading the charge in that way. There are many PATA members here on the island and throughout the Pacific, but we also they also come to Guam at least once a year. They have a PATA summit or a PATA convention here for the Pacific area, and so that's primarily what our Pacific marketing budget goes towards. But we also want to provide information about tourism at a number of different Pacific forums, like PIF, like the Micronesian Chiefs Association. So all of those types of regional events are paid through the Pacific marketing line item in the budget.
I see. And then on the visitor arrivals, you got 9.7% from U.S., Hawaii, and for 2026, it's 49,816, and that's down 2.8%. Out of the 49,816, how many of them visitors are actual visitors and not military members or contractors that are returning to Guam, or those that are just here for work and not actual?
That's a great question. In our electronic declaration form, we ask the questions and we do our best to try to siphon those out. There's a so this typically represents civilian air arrivals, and that's what we try to do. But it's challenging, and our research team, unfortunately, our director of research isn't here today, but we can provide additional response to you. And then there's also a number of folks that come in directly from Andersen Air Force Base, and those are not counted in our numbers. So my response to you is that we use the data that we receive from the electronic declaration form, and there are questions that try to weed those folks out, and then our research team goes through and tries to analyze a little bit more, dig a little deeper if the numbers are a little bit askew, but typically that's how we're able to separate those folks out, military service members and even contractors that are here on government work.
Okay, thank you. So I know that you mentioned earlier about the concierge services and visitor safety. So it's my understanding that there's going to be a budget cut on those services. Is that correct or no?
That remains to be seen. I'm not sure what our fiscal year 2027 budget looks like, but as far as we're concerned, we've set aside, I think, the same amount, and we've also been able to negotiate with some of our service providers a better rate in the months going forward. But I'm going to just have our Director of Destination, Ina Carrillo, provide additional information.
Thank you.
Yes, regarding concierge service contract, last year, what was approved for that contract was $800,000. This year, going into budget, I think what was proposed was $500,000, so there was a little bit of a slight cut. We anticipate going back to negotiations and trying to bring that contract amount down a little bit.
So how does that work into, though, the 24/7, 365 services that they provide for the visitors, right? I mean, it comes down to about $1,500 a day. I mean, we can't find other areas that. What other areas do we look at cutting in visitor safety and visitor services?
So this is one of our largest contracts that we had. So that was one of the areas that we tried to realize additional savings. We also had additional savings in administration. There were a number of staff vacancies that we purposely did not fill over the last few months. And so that's additional savings. We're constantly looking for ways to be more frugal and better manage our money. But we can continue to keep you posted on how the FY27 budget discussions are going. We have not met with OFB yet, so some of those, I think, responses to that would be preliminary.
Yeah, I think because, here we are, we're trying to promote Guam, we're trying to promote visitor safety, visitor experience, right? And then we start cutting from our own here. So how do we continue to provide that if we're just cutting from the home destination, the destination arrivals, right? Those that are looking to come to Guam and they arrive on a midnight flight or whatever time flight they arrive and there's nobody there at the concierge services desk, how do we continue to provide that experience, right? The Guam experience. I think the only other question I have, and my time is coming up, sir, is what are we doing for 4th of July here on Guam?
Thank you very much for that question. Senator, let me just pull up the most recent thing. I had something from Polaris Point and Andersen. So no fireworks at Polaris this year, but there will be on the main base Sunday Marina for those who have base access. And then we also received information from the War in the Pacific National Historical Park. They provided a news release earlier this month regarding inviting the community to join the 4th of July and the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. I think they're hosting a special event at Assen Beach on Saturday, July 4th. From 10 to 2 p.m. And so we are directing folks there. But in terms of what GBB is doing, we reserve a majority of our fireworks displays for Liberation. And so that's when a majority of our fireworks displays will be taking place. So
you know where I'm going with this, right? We just spent $220,000 to send our 15 people to the United States in D.C. to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States of America.
Yes,
and we're not celebrating anything here on Guam with
all
GVB.
All of the America 250 events.
I understand. I understand, but what I'm saying is we're not doing anything here locally to attract people to come to Guam where America's Day begins, but yet we spent this $220,000 for our people to go to D.C. to celebrate. So I'm just a little bit, I was just trying to figure out what are we doing here locally for the 4th of July?
Our part within the America 250 celebration, what GVB was tasked to do was the Great American State Fair. And so that's what we were tasked to do. Our board approved for us to staff that. And there are additional America 250 events and celebrations that are happening here locally, but we are not in charge of that portion. We were only tasked with the Great American State Fair. And so that rests with the local America 250 Commission. They have other events planned, but this is just what I know is available for July 4th. Ina, do you have additional information?
Yes, if I may say, Senator, we've contracted Fireworks for Liberation, and we continue to do that. And we could easily have done fireworks for 4th of July. I could tell you right now, a 10-minute show is upwards of $115,000 for 10 minutes. I think that the investment of $220,000 to go to America 250, bring our staff there, have a booth, and have the exposure of 4 to 5 million fair goers, just that opportunity alone to get some return to Guam is well worth the investment. We haven't done 4th of July in several years because we give our military partners the opportunity to celebrate, and they do it usually at Polaris Point. This year, they're expanding to Navy and Anderson. So, I think it's a little redundant to have 5 sets of fireworks on 4th of July and spend over $115,000 for 10 minutes, while we could easily just partner with our military partners that are here on island to provide a better show. Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, thank you for that. But this is about our local people, right? How many people here have base access? And this is about our tourists coming
Senator,
to Guam.
if I may, they open up the doors
I understand.
for our local people.
I understand, but she said those with military base access.
You don't necessarily need to have military access to go see the 4th of July show.
Do you have to have military access or not? What does your computer say?
Senator, you just have to look up at the sky.
Oh, man. So then I guess that's all our people have to do then is look up to the sky to see what we're doing to celebrate. I mean, I'm not here to be confrontational or anything like that, man. I'm just here to try and see what we can do to help. But responses like that, it just makes me want to push back now and say, what are we doing? I mean, we were looking at $220,000 to spend to send 15 people to the United States. What are we doing to improve our local destination?
Unfortunately, Senator, we would have loved to provide additional information about destination management. It wasn't included in our agenda, but we'd be happy to share with you many of the slides that we presented last week at our board meeting in terms of destination management and all of the great work that GVB is doing, I think way beyond our scope, to provide destination management solutions. And I think we're on the same page here. Yeah. The information that I shared with you was actually from MWR, and it's a flyer that we're continuing to share on our social medias because GVB we don't have plans to provide fireworks for July 4th. Yeah. Our fireworks display that was approved by our board is for the Liberation celebration on July 21st.
Thank you for that. So then for our July 21st event, and we're looking at specials for our people to come back home, how is that marketed to those that live in the United States to say, hey, come back home to Guam for a liberation because United got a special going on or GVB has a special going on? How is that marketed?
So there's a number of different ways that we typically try to push out to members of the the U.S. community and to our diaspora. So we participate in major fairs across the country, like PIFA, like Chetlu in California, and we know a number of our Chamorro diaspora are gathered and who are very, very likely to return home, maybe at least once every 2 years. And so we provide them with that United discount code for a number of our signature events and the dates surrounding those timeframes. And so we continue to push it out that way. I recently received it on my community chat. So I'm not sure if you've received those on your neighborhood watch chats or your community chats, but I've received those United coupon codes for those specific dates. And of course, you can always give us a call or visit us online, visit guam.com/events, and we can be able to provide that information for you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, right, because there's a lot of folks that already purchased tickets to come home. Are they able to still avail of the discounts or the specials that are given if they purchased already in
I'm really
May
not sure.
or
We'd have to check with United, but we always want to encourage folks to come visit our website to see if there's a coupon code available for the dates that you're considering, because we have them continuously running.
Yeah, because, it's always good, right, ahead of time.
Yep.
February, March, April, you start looking at airfares and seeing what kind of discounts you can get to come back home.
And we have one for the December timeframe around the Guam International Dance Festival. So again, we encourage any friends and family members who might be in the U.S. or elsewhere to really consider coming home for the holidays and use that United discount code.
We just got to continue to work together, right, to ensure that destination, is always first and foremost. And like I said again, this is not I'm not here to confront you guys or anything like that. What I'm here is I want to be one of those that will work with you. And in order to work with you, I need to get the answers. If I don't get the answers, I can't make a sound decision as to how we're going to move forward with ensuring that you guys either receive the request you're asking for or not. So, let's just work together because we're all going to suffer, and it's our families too as well. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Speaker. Senator Paris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the panel. Okay, so we just heard from the airport in regards to their financial situation. And so now they're coming to the table asking for appropriations to cover their budget shortfalls. And from the hearing, it was very clear to me that they did their best to do cost containment, reduce the expenses. Now it's really a waiting game to see whether tourism can recover, in addition to increasing their aeronautical revenues. I mean, those are the two big things. And so ultimately, that is what holds you guys accountable. They're waiting, they're holding on for the tourism to recover, and we cannot sustain ourselves if we don't have a plan. And so it's in looking at, what you're doing, it is good, but it's not sufficient. We cannot sustain ourselves, and there has to be a new plan that is data-driven. And we're looking at competitor markets. So when you look at the visa waiver countries, those are our competitors. Malaysia, Singapore, these Asian countries, Vietnam, these are our competitors where basically the value is seen as greater because the cost is less. And so has your team taken a hard look at what is going on to provide, I guess, the recovery, if not recovery, growth of tourism here in Guam? And the other thing is, it's always been said that there has to be destination, investment in our destination. Tourists have repeatedly said, we want to see more culture. Yet we don't see that investment into the cultural infrastructure here in Guam. If you look at your audits, I can see there's a reduction in expenses. In fact, I can point it out here in the audits. The other thing that we're seeing, so obviously revenues have decreased by 9.3 million, yet expenses have increased by 2.6 million, that's operating expenses. Accounts payable has increased by 200% from 2024. Visitor arrivals have decreased approximately 3% year over year, contributing to a revenue shortfall of 5.7 million in the Tourist Attraction Fund. This is all taken from the audit, by the way.
Oh, Senator, we have updated information and slides that we shared as of today. So that
and then also
information's a little bit outdated.
The investments are pretty much levelized. And so the thing is, you know, we really need to see an overhaul, it seems, at this point. You know, what needs to happen is doesn't seem to be doing the trick. The other thing that you mentioned earlier, there's, you know, I think there has to be some really, what is the data driving your decisions in how you're managing, you know, tourism? It doesn't, yeah, I feel that it's not getting the job done.
Thank you very much for your concern, Senator. The recovery is real, but it is not finished. So tourism has certainly changed dramatically since 2019. And I think a lot of people talk about pre-pandemic arrival numbers and kind of, you know, pre-COVID, but the world has completely changed since then. Airlines reduced their fleets, the travel patterns shifted, the currencies weakened in many of our key markets, especially in Japan and in Korea. And so, as you mentioned, destinations across Asia are competing harder than ever for these visitors. And against all of those conditions, Guam has restored more than 500,000 visitors so far this fiscal year, while rebuilding and focusing on rebuilding service from our largest source markets. So we really see our responsibility as one that is not to recreate yesterday's market overnight. It's really to strengthen Guam's position every single month. And we look at it month over month and year over year. And so that's exactly what we're doing. In terms of data, we've really helped to rebuild the research arm of our bureau. I'm very proud of the work that we've done. We've been able to share exit survey information with our board at every single board meeting. And so we can certainly share a lot of the visitor exit survey data with you. And it helps to inform our marketing. It helps to inform some of the destination resources that we put forward, because we were able to see how many visitors we have from a certain source market, and you know how many days on average they spend, what their party size is, what their the attractions that they like to visit. We even have like geofencing data, so we can tell whenever a visitor stays in a certain area of our island, in a certain village, for more than 15 minutes, we track that. And so we're able to identify like the top 20 most visited sites on Guam. So we can make sure that those places are clean, that they're safe. This is where we are able to deploy a majority of our resources. So much of the work that we do and so much of the decisions that we make are data-driven. And so I really encourage you to, you know, hop onto our website to take a look. We can send you a number of the reporting that we have, just so you know we're all on the same page. So that it's not just visitor exit surveys. We also have a number of other data points and products that we use to inform the work that we do. And you know, I invite you. I would be happy to come visit your office and break a number of these things down with you and your team. There's just so much to go over, and I know we're kind of on a time crunch, but there's a lot of information to share there. I'm really excited to be able to share that with you, and so please just let me know when we can come by and share that, all of the information. But I can also send the link to the research tab on GuamVisitorsBureau.com, and that will link you to a number of our most recent arrival statistics, as well as exit surveys and a number of other research tools. Sorry, just really quickly, you were mentioning about culture, and that's really, near and dear to our hearts. We think that that's the one huge differentiator and a very unique selling point for the island of Guam. And it also gives us an opportunities as Tsamoru people to tell our story to the rest of the world. And so the work that Director of Destination Einar Carrillo has done is really to work with the Department of Chamorro Affairs, work with the Guam Museum, work with our stakeholders to put forward a National Institute for Performing Arts, and to really wrap our arms around our cultural practitioners and give them the resources that they need to level up what they've been doing and prepare to join us on some of these trips that we take abroad, but also kind of create a brain trust and like a traveling troupe, if you will, that we can deploy to our hotels, that we can deploy to any conferences that are visiting on island. They have had a number of challenges in recent years, and so really trying to provide that support for these cultural practitioners is something that we take very seriously and something that we're dedicating resources towards. So I don't know if Ina wants to add anything, but.
I think very quickly that under the NEPA program, which we just recently launched, it's not just cultural performers, but we're trying to develop musicians, spokespeople, spokesmodels, representatives. We want to just elevate the cultural experience that we are presenting to all of our markets, and that was really the backbone of creating this NEPA program. In addition, there'll be annual presentations at the museum, and like President Lee said, we would also be encouraging the hotels to embrace the NEPA program and invite them into their properties.
Did you say the NEPA program? What does that stand for?
NIPAA. It's the National Indigenous Performing Arts Academy.
Okay.
Under the direction of Vince Regis with the DCA.
So how much money are you putting towards destination management?
So a part of the NEPA program was already.
Sorry, maybe that's a question for the accountant. Who's the representative here?
I can answer the question. It's in my department.
Destination management.
Yes,
so you have the total budget for that?
For the NEPA program, yes.
Or just the total? Is it just
for
NEPA?
Destination development, it's $7.8 million for FY 2026. And we have on slide 3 is a detailed listing of the expenses, the encumbrances, the committed funds, and then our balance. That includes destination management, visitor safety, sports and events, and culture and heritage. So culture and heritage, the NEPA program falls under that cultural heritage line item or subcategory. And again, we're doing this in collaboration with the Department of Chamorro Affairs and the Guam Museum, as Ina had mentioned.
Okay, I'm going to pivot to the next question. So, as you know, I know you mentioned earlier that you're not going to talk about personnel issues, but it has to be, I guess, how is GVB dealing with sexual harassment? I think that's, what are the policies to prevent that from happening?
So we follow the Department of Administration's personnel policies. We follow established policies, and as well as equal employment opportunities policies, and which include sexual harassment and applicable laws in every single employment matter. And again, out of respect for employee privacy and established personnel practices, we can't discuss I will not discuss individual personnel matters.
And as far as training, when does that occur with your staff?
So we have an annual reporting that we do in a staff meeting. So every single year we do it. This year we did it earlier than usual. And then recently, a few months ago, I think the Society for Human Resource Management actually held a sexual harassment and a sexual harassment policy seminar, and every single one of our management team were there and participated in this. I believe it was at the Dusitani a few months ago. And so we have continuous training with regard to any changes or even our personnel policies.
The senators did receive an open letter regarding hiring, and there was a, I guess, concern or a grievance regarding increased hiring of possibly opening up positions, classified positions, that a redundancy of positions. Have you seen that letter?
I'm sorry, I don't know what you're referring to. We hire deliberately. Every vacancy at GVB is evaluated based on our operational need, available funding, and our organizational priorities. So we fill positions, we fill positions thoughtfully while also maintaining fiscal responsibility.
Yeah, because there's been an increase from last year in regards to personnel costs. And so it kind of aligns with some of the concerns that were listed in this letter.
I don't have access to the letter, so I'm unable to comment.
Okay. Yeah, so really, I think it's really important that, you know, that the agency really kind of addresses some of the issues because it affects the overall outcomes, I believe. And, you know, we have the airport people here listening, seeing what, you know, what good or what to expect as far as outcomes, right? We want to see more visitors come to Guam, and, you know, I think it's important to take a long, hard look and see what is it that's not working, right? To be really honest and see what is not working, and maybe there's new ways to getting more visitors here in Guam. And I know, you know, you are putting more money into destination management, which is good, but, you know, we really need to see the metrics, right? And I think it's been years since COVID.
Metrics for destination management?
Metrics for the, I guess, the effectiveness, right? Effectiveness of attracting and increasing the appeal. So, you know, it's years since COVID, and we are, I guess, looking for, I guess, a turn, right? A turn in how this is going to, the outcomes of this. And it's really about financial sustainability, not only of, you know, Guam, I think, of course, but, you know, we have some members here looking to you to really help with this. So that's just my comment for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator. And, you know, with our colleagues at the airport, we work very closely together. It is not only GVB's responsibility to lift our tourism industry up. It is a whole of government approach, and we continue to work together, but it's not just one agency's responsibility. And so we thank our partners, even at the legislature, for doing their part, for understanding kind of the general ecosystem that we're operating under, and, you know, a lot of these geopolitical tensions that are outside of our control. And so it really does take the entire island. And I just want to, I'd be remiss if I didn't go back and just reiterate that we have a zero tolerance policy for any kind of sexual harassment. And so we have an escalation policy also in place for sexual harassment. It's provided to every single employee. And we continue to reiterate that as often as we possibly can, and as part of our personnel policies and our HR policies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Paris. Before I go to Senator Will, let me finish off my questions here, and then he can go on, then I can close up. Thank you very much for that. Again, going back to the 10 million for the airline incentives as a last-ditch effort from this body to help, of course, the continued weak arrivals. Let me ask you, did that investment work? Did it partially work, or did it fail? And what specific data supports your answer to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, recovery is real, it's just not completed. So we want to reiterate the conditions that we're operating under, the challenges that continue in terms of air service connectivity and the competitiveness and travel patterns and currencies and foreign exchange challenges and the Iran conflict and the fact that destinations across Asia are also competing for these very same visitors. And so against those conditions, our island and the Visitors Bureau has worked to restore more than 500,000 visitors. And so if we can go back to the slide from, I think it's slide number 3, sorry, slide number 6 for visitor arrivals and the FY26 forecast, we were well on our way. We were on track October and November above, like really trying to come through, and then in December above our moderate projections, very close to our optimistic peak. And then, it's just been kind of fluctuating since then, but we've been operating in between, like right around the kind of moderate area, and then it just plummeted in April when we had over a full week of flight cancellations around Typhoon Senlaku. And, coming out of that in May, in addition to a lot of the fuel surcharge issues. And I will reiterate, our main source market is Korea, and they have a listing of different fuel surcharge rates that they will charge. They are at level 33, which is the highest possible amount that they will charge. It's unprecedented. I don't think anybody in recent memory can imagine a time where we've had this much charged to travelers in terms of fuel surcharge. It just has never happened before. So this is what we're up against. And it's not just GVB. The airport is feeling this. We're feeling this as an entire island. And thankfully, we're able to deploy additional resources in response to this. And so, again, we welcome the oversight. We want to be able to answer questions. We've come before this body every single time that you have asked. We have provided updates continuously about our progress and where we are going. You've also heard from the airport that in July, a number of our suspended flights are planning to resume service. So we look forward to that. And we've also done what we can in the meantime, especially in areas like Seoul and in Tokyo, to really be present and be in the face of our target audiences. We are in taxi cabs, we're in out-of-home advertising, we're out in train stations, and we're trying to reach people where they are, in the elevators of their office and residential buildings. We have TV shows that we've put out across Japan. We're working with social media influencers. If you have additional suggestions, we're open to that too, but we've tried as much as we could. And also, a number of the things that we have that have demonstrated a very strong return on our investment, we continue to go back and do those things again.
Going on what Senator Paris had asked, GVB staffing pattern shows a significant number of LTA employees. Why is GVB relying heavily on LTAs, and what is the hiring criteria? Are these positions publicly advertised and competitively scored, and who approves these appointments?
Thank you very much for that question, Mr. Chair. So when I assumed the helm of GVB, a number of these LTAs were hired in destination management to provide maintenance assistance. And so we had conversations with the board over the last few months about whether or not we should think about permanizing these employees, where we should take a look at their job descriptions and maybe open it up. And so those are, again, conversations that we're having with our board and decisions that we will make hopefully in the coming months. But it's very clear that our destination management team does an incredible job. They're up at 5:30, 6 a.m. every single day, cleaning our beaches from Gun Beach all the way south towards the Hilton, and then they go on Hagåtña Bay and also do beach cleaning. We have them, maintaining several of the. They've really been able to refurbish and restore a lot of the service, as we had mentioned to Senator San Augustine, in terms of the solar lights in Tumon. They work and respond very quickly to a number of the incoming information that we get from mayors across the island and from local residents. People on the radio will call in and complain, and I'll get a photo, and we'll send our destination maintenance team right out, and they take care of those things right away. And so, again, we're just kind of weighing what would be the best value for the service. And we've also tried to contract this work out in the past. But we're just trying to figure out what's the most effective use of these resources. And so we'll continue to keep you up to date.
Okay. Yeah, again, some days GVB says it's private. Other days it operates as a government. Some days the board's in charge. Other days the board points to management. For the purpose of strategy and spending, personnel, litigation, and performance, who is ultimately accountable?
Management.
Okay.
I mean, the board sets policies and then management enforces. And we provide that, response to you. But I'm not quite sure where you're going with this. There are a number of...
We're not quite sure as well what the entity is, and that's why we're saying ultimately, because at some point, at some times it's a private entity. It's a government entity. The board says it's management. The management said it's the board.
Management has not said that it was the board.
But again,
at what point has management said it was the board?
No, management sometimes will say it's the board's decision. So that's why I'm saying that we need some clarity in who really is accountable. Like, we have litigation now. Yeah. We have litigation ongoing right now.
I think our statute is pretty clear, Senator, and that was something that was established by the Guam legislature. Yeah.
Well,
and so
it was established back then, and that's why I think we have to revisit that. And this is even since last legislature, when as the vice chair for this committee, we said, hey, the board members, we agreed we need to revisit that statute and see what the board's duties really are, But let me go and my last basic questions here, and then Senator Will here. The pending litigation, claims reportedly reaching approximately $61 million, right? That will bankrupt the agency. What is the board's plan to protect public funds, maintain operations, and ensure that this does not further distract from tourism recovery?
Senator, we have a letter from legal counsel, and we cannot comment further on any ongoing litigation at this time.
Can GVB management or board sit here today and honestly tell this committee that after the harassment was reported, that there was no retaliation against the reporting employee?
Mr. Chair, GVB has undertaken prompt corrective action per its policies in response to the allegations. The Bureau engaged an independent off-island investigator to conduct a thorough review of the allegations, as well as the Bureau's policies and procedures, and its response to the allegations as required by law and called for it in our anti-harassment policies and procedures. The extensive effort to address the allegations gives GVB confidence that it's in compliance with relevant and applicable laws and regulations. And beyond that, Mr. Chair, GVB cannot comment further on any ongoing litigation at this time.
Did GVB reassign, replace, demote, remove duties from, change reporting lines for, isolate or otherwise alter the employee's role or working conditions under the after the complaint was made?
Mr. Chair, GVB remains deeply committed to maintaining a workplace that's built on respect and dignity for every employee. GVB maintains a zero-tolerance policy towards harassment at any level and will continue to address all such allegations with full seriousness. We cannot comment further on any ongoing litigation at this time.
Thank you. Senator Will.
So, there was a lot of conversation about return of investment, ROI. And so, in your own words, Madam President, could you, explain to the people of Guam what kind of ROI we've gotten on the $29 million investment we've had?
You asked, we delivered. Guam AutoSpot is extending our overstock sell-off with the hottest deals on island, like our 2025 GMC Canyon with $4,000 off. Or slide into a brand new Mitsubishi Eclipse Cross, starting at just $24,995. September is your chance to drive big and save even bigger. Visit us today or get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com or call 478-AUTO. Guam AutoSpot, where the savings never stop.
This stuff's hitting the spot.